Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading, live futures trading all day, starting here at pre-market at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, and then all the way through the cash close at 1500. So let's make sure that the stream is trickling down the hill. That looks okay. A few words of wisdom here, or caution, I should say. Obviously, trading futures is risky. Don't do it if you are trading trade risk-free account money. I am not licensed to provide, I'm not a licensed broker or CTA or any of that stuff, so I cannot provide trade or financial advice. But to be clear, this stream is my virtual trading journal. So this is a live account, real money, funded by me, AMP Futures, and I trade live. And I continually narrate all day what I'm seeing and what I'm thinking, and if I'm going to take a trade, blah, blah, blah. The idea is that the only way I can get what I was thinking at the moment into the recording and for onto the stream is my narration here, my voiceover. Obviously, everything that is on my screens is captured in the video. By the way, I stream 1440p, so if your stream is not crystal clear, smack the right after you've hit the thumbs up and the subscribe button, hit the gear deal on YouTube, and you can select 1440p. Should be crystal clear and sharp. I'm not monetized in any way, so it's your comments in the chat and likes and subs are really great. And as I said, I stream every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning. Now, Central Standard Time, until 1500. All right. Let's get on with the numbers. We're getting back to normal now, thank goodness, with the reports and things. This is one of my two news sources, which is investing.com. This is completely free. You can pay for it if you want to. I choose to use free sources so that it's easy for anyone that joins the stream, and I recommend that you do this yourself. Obviously, depend on yourself. Don't depend on anybody else. You can filter this for anything, any way you want to filter it, country, reports, 1, 2, 3 stars, whatever you want to do for wherever you are in the world. And I prefer this format of investing.com for screen snaps, posting in my Discord, things like that. And I've used it longer than anything else. You notice this morning that we've got a speaker. We've got some news coming out. We got the S&P 500 coming out at 845. And we've got the Michigan number and housing stuff. But Michigan number is always a 2-star, but it very, very, very frequently is a market mover. And that's independent number apart from the Bureau of Labor Statistics or the government. But we are getting back on track, so that's a good thing with basic reporting. I think that the non-farm payroll for September last that they put out yesterday was complete crap, but that's just my opinion. The other, another thing you can do here, you can look ahead for the week, and you can also check out earnings, which is real important. We're just wrapping up. Nothing now today, but we have Agilent and Dell and some stuff reporting next week. We had, in case you're living under a rock, we had NVIDIA Wednesday. Okay, the other news source that I use now is Financial Juice, also free, as they will remind you 1,000 times if you open on one of your screens 1,000 times a day that you're cordially invited to pay them. but you don't need to. It's free. Similar docket or calendar over here, and more of a live Squawk Box feel going on the right column, which is kind of what I like. Another very handy thing, or I think valuable. You see all this mirroring, talking this guy, and all of these things here, and maybe if we're going to have a press conference, well, right here, Trump is going to talk with Mandami, the new elected mayor of New York, at 1400. These things, which are not normal financial reporting, are not reflected in investing.com. These are only scheduled, normal, let's be big boys and girls, reports that used to affect the market. So in this current environment we're in, it's really important that you pay attention to what's going on through the day, because there can be some unidentified critical risk that will blow you out of the water. Okay, pre-market. Let's get on to something more fun to talk about than that crap. Well, here was yesterday. There's yesterday. One big day, baby. 67.91 to 65.52. So let's call that 6,800 to 65.5. 250, right? Points. Big sell-off. They were expressing their displeasure, and rightfully so, I believe. Here is the overnight. What are we doing? Well, here's our open. We're essentially 100%, about 70% long, and we're up here at the highs now. I would expect that we'll probably have an open auction. It's Friday. There's no real numbers. Well, there is Michigan and there's S&P, so we might be in the hold a little bit, but I would expect more or less a balanced overnight that we'll probably have an open auction. These are the MES, the micro NASDAQ, micro ES, and this is the straight up ES for the market profile. I also plot the same 4 tabs in the mini. So let's get back over here where I'm trading. This is the higher time frame column or the micro composite. I'm sorry, higher time frame chart or the micro composite. This is a RTH session only, daily candlesticks, and wherever I draw a volume profile around them. That's what I refer to as the micro composite profile. There's the micro composite POC, which is automatically generated by this profile. And these red and green lines you see are the high and low volume nodes. You see there's a low volume node, and there's a high volume node, and there's a low volume node, and see how it goes. Those red and green line values push automatically to Bookmap. So do the session prices. Bookmap, the execution platform that I use. Now, this blue line is a top secret special proprietary indicator called a vertical line. I put this on this chart at the first print of each session. So here you see the first print of yesterday's RTH, and there's the whole session. Here's the first print of the overnight, and here's the session. Makes it real handy for me. And it's nothing more than a visual cue. I can look over here to my left, and if I see that blue line there, blue boy hanging on, I know that I have the full session in view on the heat map chart. And that's what I want to have so that I'm firmly rooted and have a firm understanding of the context for the session so far. Okay? Here is the dome or the price ladder, whatever you want to call it. These are the session prices and resting liquidity. The micro composite column, which has the values which I put in manually, naked volume points of control, POC, etc. This is the high and low volume node column, which there must be some there somewhere. There you go. There's the gap high, gap low, all this stuff from yesterday. That should be gone, I think. The naked volume POC from the 17th was taken out. Yeah, let's get rid of that. So there they are. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is Friday, so it won't reopen again until Sunday evening at 1700. This is the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30, one way or another. And this is a real important thing for me. This is my notes column, and I don't think you can see any of them here. Maybe, well, let's get up here a little bit. Where I input the statistics associated with the various session prices based on the open type. I used to put my migrating VPOC flags in here. But now that I use Blue Boy and keep the whole session in view most of the day, I don't do that anymore. So the first thing we need to do here, and then this is IRT session prices. Notice that there are no indicators on my bookmap or my IRT. The only thing I do or use is price data, probabilities, period. And that's the correct way to approach the market for me. Now, the first thing we're going to do this morning is determine the open type. And I changed the column title to the current open type. Yesterday, we were higher out of range, big gap up, remember? And the way you do that is really simple. If you had to open right here, right now, there's price. How does that price compare to the previous close? Well, it's higher than the close, which is down below us right here, I think. Yep, right there. And how does it compare to the previous range? It is higher than the low, lower than the high. It's within range. So the open type today is going to be lower in range, I expect, unless something happens. Lower in range, okay? And the reason I changed the title is purely selfish. When I look at a screen snap or review the stream, I can see that title and it immediately tells me a lot of information about the previous overnight session, the ETH, okay? Next thing we do is clear yesterday's values because we're going to put in all new session statistics, etc. today. Now, let me point out something about the price levels before we get too carried away here. Like I said, there's nothing that isn't completely price data or probability driven. And nothing is magical, nothing is mysterious, nothing is confusing. Trading's not simple, but it doesn't need to be some complex bunch of, BS. Fair value that and something else. What do I have on my charts? I have a POC for both the full session and the RTH. You notice the ETH is a little more muted yellow right here, overnight volume point of control. What do those POCs mean? Nothing more complicated. It is simply the marker of the price where the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in the overnight, the most contracts have traded at 82.5. The minute one of these other levels has one more contract than here, the price is going to move. Yesterday, the RTH traded at and closed actually at 94.5. And there you see the naked volume point of control from yesterday's RTH session. That's the most recent naked volume point of control for an RTH auction. There's a VWAP for both the Globex and the RTH session. There's a mid for the RTH. That's it. The rest of them are straight up, simple by name. Overnight low, previous low, settlement, overnight or ETH mid. One other labels that are pretty important. Overnight high, IB high, IB low. Sometimes this confuses people because of the naming. It's an old market profile nomenclature. These two levels are nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's exactly it. Okay? And what I will do while I have them open here is let's go look at the statistics now, shall we? And how those work. Well, I have the IBs up there. So this is a statistic study. It's in IRT. And it's really simple. First, IRT is very graciously highlights the correct open type, but of course it can only do that after 8:30 in the morning. We have determined that we're going to open lower in range, which is right here. The system looks back at 1,624 trading days. That's the data set. Within this group or this data set, we opened lower in range 476 times, or 29%. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.7 times. Overnight volume point of control 80.7. Be careful. Now watch, this is really complicated. That's it. That's all there is to it. Now, I'm going to jump back here and do the IBs while I have them open. The IB low is 62% of the time, probability now. IB low, and I'll show you why I'm doing this. 62.0 IB low. Okay. Why did I put those initials in there? Remember the definition? The very split second that our new RTH session opens today, these two flags are going to jump way down here by price. So they will no longer be here, and I'll be curious what was 62% of the time. And what's the IB high? It's a 69.5. Okay, now, I didn't get that very good. Sorry about that. Okay, now I'm just going to go down the list. First of all, we got the overnight mid at 82.4. And we can get this back up here now. Overnight mid 82.4. Previous close 73.9. We already know that that's hiding right over here, huh? Let's make this a little wider. Maybe we can see him. Previous close 73.9. And I'll bet you I've got that off one. Even more than one. Come on, Alice. There we go. Previous value area low, 67.2. I'll bet you that's right there. Come on. Get out of there. Yeah, I know it's going to be the value area low right here. Here we are. 67.2. And we got to sneak this guy up one. And what we're going to have the previous low here in a minute too. Overnight low 66.8. Overnight low. How low did you go? Ooh, way down here, huh? Overnight low. 66.8. That's an outlier, isn't it? Previous low. Value area high is 57.1. Previous low is 54. There's a previous low. Oops, come on. Okay, get up here again. What else we have? All right, I'm going to do something else that I need to do now, that I do every day at about 8:20. And then I'll continue this. The overnight high, that's always a good one. That's 51.3. So there you have, well, come on now. There you have the how the statistics are calculated, where they come from. You fully understand that these are just probabilities looking back over a 1,624-day data set. These are not hard, fast lines in the sand, but they're pretty, as you follow the stream, you'll notice that they happen quite frequently. I mean, think about it. If it's an 82.4% over more than 1,000 days, that's got to be a pretty good average, doesn't it? Okay. Next thing I want to do is my TLab snap. And you're going to ask yourself, what in the hell is that? Well, it's something I do every morning at 8:20. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. Come on down here, baby. Get on down here. Called the Traders Lab. And it is started and continues to be run by a guy named Tom B. Now, stand by 1 second here. So the Traders Lab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by Tom B. Every day at 8:20, I put this snap. So the folks in there can have any number they might want in case they don't have the same kind of charting capability that I'm fortunate enough to have. I also post the numbers in there around 6 o'clock in the morning, and then I don't participate much in there anymore. Tom has been trading about 46 years, he says, and I believe him. He doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. It is a bookmap Discord sponsored by Bookmap. However, you'll never be solicited to buy anything, which is refreshing. And I believe Tom's the real deal. There's a lot of good people in there. You know, shoot your best shot. If you want to wander over there, it's the only other site I would recommend. Certainly not any of the other bookmap sites. I've never been to them, or Discords. I've never been to them. But the only two that I did go to, the guy's second word out of his mouth was trying to sell you something. So that was the end of that. Now, let's get on to something even more important, which is being able to trade, eh? Don't you think? Bookmap. We've got our levels. What's going on here? Well, this is a live market, right? So this is moving. So in order to trade, the first thing you need to do is activate the trade control panel by clicking that padlock. That opens this window. You have to select a method that you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is this active data column. If you choose DOM, the only place the DOM columns, and both is obviously both columns. What I do is I trade with multi-brackets. This is the smallest package size you can use, 2 lot, because it needs to be an even number. This is where the risk neutral methodology is applied to my trading and brackets. So here's the package size 2. The instrument is the MES. I'll explain why. Then you have to determine your stop size. And the first thing that you should look at to determine that is your account risk tolerance parameters, etc. What's the volatility of the instrument? You know, all of those things have to be figured out, and you need to determine all that long before the market opens, long before now. Should have been in last night's homework. After you have your package determined, the first risk neutral scale, or T1, is automatic. It's for half of the package, 1 contract, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is a loss. Then you have the runner. And based on volatility, number of contracts, what a big shot you are, you can have as many of those as you want, as long as the first risk neutral scale is for half of the package and the same number of ticks as the loss. Then the secret of all this is the second you achieve this target, the trade is risk neutral. The worst you can possibly do is scratch. So your R multiple or your risk to reward ratio is fixed. You know that it is whatever this tick size is in dollars or ticks for your instrument. Okay, once that's all done, close that bad boy. Now, I have all of my metrics up here. You'll notice you can turn this off or on, and they're the same as here. I don't need any more of the tools in the trade control panel, so I make sure I have the right package selected. I click the button again. I get my real estate back. I have all the trade metrics I need, plus I have cancel and close. I'm ready to trade when this market opens. And then we'll get into all of that in a little bit. So let's see what happens here. I hopefully have sorted out the stupid thing, volume profile resetting on time, but maybe not. I'll do it manually again if I have to. Okay. I think we're pretty much ready to rock here, boys and girls. Deep breathing, relax, think positive, calm down, hydrate. Hopefully you're well rested, focused. And happy Friday. This is, we won't be trading next Friday or Thursday or Friday because it's the Thanksgiving holiday, and I don't trade half days or stream them, either one, because I keep the data set clean. I scrub those out. So, here you go. Hook in and hang on, baby. We're going to open in... Drum roll, please. 30 seconds. I'm real excited to see, I'm easily pleased. I'm excited to see if the volume profile column sets correctly on time. And then we'll slap Blue Boy on at the open and, this is a number. Remember, we've got numbers coming up at 45 and the top of the next hour. So my recommendation is, unless you've got vetted trades around those numbers, that you keep your little fingers to yourself. And it did not reset. How disappointing. What a goddamn, this program doesn't seem to recognize what time it is. And I don't know why. But there we go. It's so frustrating. And it's worked fine for years, you know, that's what even more so. I don't know. They can't figure it out. They want to know what issue I had. Their last question from support was, well, what version did you use the last time that did work? This doesn't look very right, does it? That looks pretty crazy. So now what I need to do is convert Bookmap here from IRT from full session to the RTH session. Notice now that this is the RTH from yesterday, and here's our open. Where did we open? Lower in range. Oh, how did we know that? We're magic, aren't we? You know, I just say these things. Actually, I have a pointy wizard hat and a magic wand over here, so, you know. For that reason, you need to be devoted. I guess if I was a good-looking gal, you'd probably be more devoted, but, you know, this is where it's at. Sorry, can't do anything about it at this point. This is the micro, remember, and this is the mini, and we're going to do the same thing, and I'll tell you why I'm doing the micros and not the minis at this point, pretty quick, when I'm trading those. All right, so we've got everybody converted. Saving. We don't have a lot of lag. This is in milliseconds over here. Our zero's much preferred, and I'm sorry about that. It's just a lot of data coming down the pipe nowadays. I've tried to minimize everything, you know. Last weekend I did a whole bunch of stuff to IRT here to try to make it as efficient as possible. Let's get up back over here and let's get that lazy blue boy on the job, shall we? Okay. Where are we? Well, there, somewhere in there is the open, right there, I guess. Here we go. Super secret proprietary indicator. Be careful. Whoa, there we are. Look at that. We're spot on. Close enough to 8:30 for the girls I go with. There you are. Now, the secret of this, or the thinking around this, is as follows. As long as I have this as nothing more than a visual cue, clue, whatever. As long as I can glance left and see that blue boy over there, I know I have the full session in view. I have a firm understanding of the context of this session. Now what's going on? Well, now we have the IBs in place. That's pretty great. This is all pushed from Bookmap, from IRT, remember. And this stuff is being generated by Bookmap. And if you notice, I do not see the RTH VWAP yet. Jesus. I don't know what to do with this thing, actually. Now, I am not one of these, I'm a real, let's get frank, I'm an old cowboy from Montana. Literally, that's the truth. And I am definitely and if it ain't broke, don't fix it guy. So all of the newfangled stuff that they've put on, I would much rather be using 2 or 3 updates earlier or out of date Bookmap that works for me then whatever they fixed in the background that I don't use anyway. Now my sessions don't start on time. Do you see VWAP coming in here any place? I don't. Here is VWAP calculated within the volume profile, but where the hell is the VWAP line for the RTH? I don't see it. It isn't calculating. Sucks. Oh, look at this boy. Bon dia, Antonio. Tudo bem, fofo. Long time no see, my brother. Panda's been crying in here, wiping her tears all over my feet, and it's just been not a pretty picture. I hope everything's going great for you. I've been doing pretty good with this vetting thing and only taking the IB trades, which is a extremely boring stream, but it's been working out. And I've developed a few tools, so yeah. There you go. Oh man, that's frustrating. She's playing hooky. I think mom's got her somewhere right now. I don't know, but yeah, definitely. Glad to hear it. That's super. Wow, this book map is just pissing me off up one side and down the other. All right, let's look at this. When they converted from regular VWAP, which used to plot just like the mid does, now what is this bullshit? I set this create VWAP session start, and this is what it gives me. It is just ridiculous. What is 10/22/1851? What the hell is that? I don't know. Well, let's do this then. I'll show this damn thing who's boss. Let's see if that works. I don't know why it keeps reverting back to the 10/22. That doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense, but whatever. Damn. Confusing, frustrating, irritating, a bunch of those tating kind of things. So, yeah, Friday, TGIF. Next Thursday is Thanksgiving, and then Friday is a shortened day, and I don't trade them. Now VWAP isn't plotting at all. That's pretty snazzy. Well, fortunately, we've got it over here, and I know where it is. Let me just point out something else. I have everything here. IB, VWAP, mid, developing POC, POC current, plus session prices. So I can see both of these at all times. Unfortunately, y'all can't. And you, excuse me, and you notice that I try to keep the colors consistent. Sorry, between IRT and bookmap. God, that's frustrating. That's really frustrating. It's entirely possible that the VWAP is plotting right here under the mid, because you notice they're smack on top of each. The VWAP is smack on top of that. So let's let the market trade out a little bit and see what the hell happens. Most important for me is VWAP, overnight high, overnight low, close, those things. I don't mean VWAP, I'm sorry. What I meant to say was IB. Mid, overnight high, overnight close. Let's let the market move around a little bit and see if these two separate out. Maybe it's being plotted right under this mid. I don't know. I know it's pretty damn frustrating. No. What does bother me is you don't see it coming in here from the overnight, which it should do. Anyway, What are we doing now? Well, in the pre-market, I was talking about the possibility of an open auction, and I'm guessing that's what we're going to have here, isn't it? Yesterday, they were pretty emphatic about, we don't like this crap at all anymore. Oh, come on, man. When you do automatic here, you get yesterday's, whatever you've got on your screen in total. So I'm going to try to open this up a little bit, and it's just struggling with this. Really irritating. Okay, don't want to do that. Let's close her down a little bit and open her up a little bit. There we go. Okay, I'm trading micros because first of the month or so went to a live funded by me account with AMP. Obviously, first few days I was trading on paper trading with Rhythmic to make sure everybody was on page, you know, that the Rhythmic or that IRT was working in conjunction with Bookmap in the plug-in mode. And I had some issues with IRT where it was completely screwy. Now I think I've got that all figured out, and I'm happy about that. Then I got to thinking about it. So my plan is, in an effort to, you know, eat my own dog food about risk management, my plan is to trade the micros live until such time that the P&L in the micros is 1.33 times the stop loss or the risk, the R value of the mini, at which time I will trade the minis. I thought that made sense. I've got some stuff we can look at. I made a tool about it and whatever else. And I don't see, it's right on the mid here. I don't know whether that's important or not. Anyway, we're open. I forgot to do that. Now that I've got my chapter markers back with the hotkeys, I forget to hit them all the time. That month or two I was having to type them manually. I got out of the habit, I guess. So 3 minutes till reports, S&P PMI, and then we've got Michigan the top of the hour. So keep your powder dry there. No, I'm still busy being pissed about Bookmap. I was all ready to. I think I pay those guys quarterly now, and I thought, well, that's kind of stupid. Why don't I just get the lifetime license when this quarter expires? And then I'm frankly debating that at this point. You know, if they can't get the damn thing to work right, as expensive as it is, I'm not so sure I'm that enamored with it. I mean, I like it okay, and it's what I use, and I really like, you know, I'm used to it. I like it. I use the multi-brackets. That I really like a lot. But simple shit, you know. Restart, have the system know what time it is and restart this volume profile. Everything else works. Seems weird to me. And maybe it's my computer side, but then tell me so. You know? I'm not, you know, it's just like this stream. This stream is not my way or the highway. Remember that it is my virtual trading journal. The only way I get what I was thinking at the moment into the stream and the recording is this, my, you know, voiceover here. When I say you or some suggestion, I'm talking to myself. And if it helps anybody else, that's listening or that's, participating here, great. That would be super. Make me feel really good. I don't think I am completely transparent. When I'm getting ready to take a trade, you're going to know all about it. When I take the trade, you're going to know all about it. And if you're not familiar with Bookmap, it plots trades extremely clear, concise, and let me show you example here. Oh, you missed day before yesterday, Antonio. You missed the quintessential dick for a tick on my part. Look at this. I'm trading my signals for the IB high and low off my trigger chart, right? And I put a resting order in, and I thought, well, maybe if we blow through the IB coming up for the trigger, I don't want to get stopped, so I'll put my resting order right on the IB. One frickin' tick, and missed that entire sell-off of about 70 points. But the point of why I dialed this up here for y'all is to see how and what IRT Bookmap very clearly plots. Let me see a better one here. Come on. Here you go. This is how Bookmap graphs or plots out a trade. This is the entry. There's T1, there's T2. T1 was achieved. The green line is break even. Price went back to the stopped out right there. No question about it. And then I bring up the statistics for my screen snap at every point. So you can't miss it. I guess you could, but well, I am not seeing this VWAP, and now it's not the mid hiding anymore. What a pain in the ass. All right. So here was yesterday. Pretty exciting. Here we are today. Okie dokie. Remember that there was that news out at 8:45, so that's past this. We've got the Michigan number out. That was the S&P PMI. We have the Michigan number out at the top of the hour. And now that is if you weren't around for the pre-market, that Michigan number is always just indicated as a 2-star, but very definitely moves the market. And for some reason, this thing doesn't want to be nice. There we go. We've got, our usual, this guy. Oof. He can't get enough of that thing. So funny. This is that new Fed young fella that's still an employee of the White House, by the way, that they put on the Fed as a temporary governor. He the first week when he was confirmed, he had like more speeches in the last 3 days, the 3 days of that week than any of the other Fed people have in a month. It was crazy. He's really trying to spread the word there for the administration. He's going to meet Mamdani at 1400. That ought to be fireworks. That would be one. That will be definitely something to be careful about. That is unrecognized critical risk on the hoof right there. The opportunity to say anything. And I guess that's something I ought to mention at this point, which is I got to make a key for this because it's important now. This is by no means any I never make any political commentary or anything, and this is definitely not so. When we when we look at the numbers, we know about these numbers, non-farm payroll, for example. We have known years in advance that the non-farm payroll will be released the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, and that's a huge market-moving number. If you don't have a lot of money and a vetted system, keep away from it, okay? But we know it's coming. We know this is coming. It was forecast days, weeks ago, and now with the shutdown, they've had to juggle stuff around. But, typically, Michigan numbers for years. These are potential risks to our auction, which we can identify in advance and make a risk mitigation plan for in advance. Now, unrecognized critical risk. We're in a situation now where we have, unfortunately, it's mostly the administration or their people really fond of the microphone, really fond of cameras, and say crazy stuff, that are really market moving. I think crazy stuff. Trump coming out yesterday and saying that he wants to have 6 Democratic congressmen executed. Jesus Christ. I mean, shocking to me, but, that's what was said. Now, this right here is 225 points, 229 points drop in the S&P. This was a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning, which had no, of course, pre-warning or anything, just a tweet. Boop, comes out on Truth Social. Turns out the reason for the tweet wasn't correct, wasn't true, was fake, I guess, fake news. The expressed reaction for that from him never happened. Nothing ever happened. And it's perfectly fine if that's what he wants to do, right? But as traders, if you were in a trade here long, for example, and you didn't have your stops and your targets in place, you got hammered real bad. So this is an unrecognized critical risk potential. Got nothing to do with politics. Got to do with our market and what we need to do as traders. To remember that your objective as a trader, your main primary objective as a trader is to preserve your account and grow it, as best you can. So, risk management, baby. There you go. There's my spiel about that. And sometimes things are funny, like Richard in the stream here from England he refers to Trump as Agent Orange, which I think is pretty funny. And he's obviously old enough as I am to been around in the Vietnam War period and Agent Orange and all that. So it's pretty funny, or at least I was. And I'm just having a wonderful time now. I'm not sure if I had it on the right screen for the critical risk thing, but here's that Trump dump. Here we are now. So anyway, you got the pitch. Got that out of the way. And no VWAP for the RTH. Magical. Okay. It was a time when you could just select VWAP and it plotted for each session. And then they come up with this anchored crap because that's what everybody wants to do. Let's try this. Let's see if I can change this around to 11. I guess that means November. I do my dates the other way. I do day, month, year, but everybody else does it this way, I guess. What day is this? The 21st. Let's try this. 0830. You would think that create session time would do something, wouldn't you? But it didn't seem to. Something just happened over here. I saw the chart jump. I guess it's calculating something. Let's see what happens. God, it's so frustrating. Simple stuff. There we go. Okay, so now we have a VWAP. Now we have RTH. God, Globex, IB high. Oh, is it at the IB high? No, of course it's not, because we don't have a statistic. The IB statistic does not set until when? 9:30, the first hour of the RTH trading session. This price will continue to go up. This flag will continue to go down with price. Simple. Very simple. Well, that's what always bothers me about these kind of nit-nat. Sure, I could shut up about restarting the volume profile and just manually do it every day, and that's the end of it. But here's what bothers me is if it can't do something like this, what else is it screwing up? Can I depend on it to trade? This is my money. This is a live AMP account with my money, funded by my money. Have I said my money? Yeah. You know what I mean? So that brings reliability and accountability into question for me with this tool. Three minutes or 2.5 till the Michigan numbers. Big batch of retail soup going on here so far, isn't it? Open auction. Who said that? Who was that mess, man? Have to get a big pointy hat and a magic wand, change my name to Boomerdorf here instead of Gandalf or whatever. Okay, no rear view mirror trading for me. So here's Blue Boy. We got the statistics, and I am going to continue this methodology without doing that. What I used to do, just, FYI, was every time we had a migrating VPOC, I would flop one of these flags on there. Because I used to keep, at one point, the session timeline at 5 minutes. Well, if you stop and think about it a little bit, pretty quick in the day, in the session, these levels and where they migrated from or to scroll off the left of the screen, so I could not see where we had been or where the POC had been. Remember that these yellow lines, just a marker of the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Right now it's 79.75. Over here it was 86. Down here it was, whatever, 77.75. That's how it works. And they continue to plot all day, but pretty quick they're off the left of the screen. I find this new technique less crowded, and that's important, and that's good for me. I can see my statistics, any other notes that I want to have. And I always keep the full session in view, so I'm in alignment with context. And that works pretty good for me. so far anyway. Now, the next thing I try to do is keep this at 1 point, like that. Also, so that here's that Michigan number. Also, again, with the context and scale, right? If I have this at 1 point, I have this movement means something to me in terms of scale. You know, that's 20 handles right there. Or more, right? 96 to 75. If it's all, Bookmap can get, for me, Bookmap can get way too screwed in, spread out, you know, granular, whatever you want to call it, and it doesn't work for me because I lose sense of perspective with market action, which is not good in my opinion. Okay. Okie dokie. Now what are we doing? Let's check this Michigan number. What was it? I'm guessing it was a miss. Final actuals 51. Forecast was 50.6. Oh, there you go. A little tick up. However, the inflation final is down bad. So I don't think that's good. No, I guess that is good. Doesn't make any sense. Why would the inflation number of 3.4% be red? Forecast was 3.6. 1 year inflation final 4.5. I'm not sure I'm in alignment here. Yeah, this makes a little more sense to me. It should be green if it's better, huh? Let's think about that. Inflation is not good. I still don't get it. Okay, well, never mind. So there you go. And you see that it moved the market very definitely, even though it's a 2-star number. What are we doing? We're whipping us up a big blender full of retail soup. Boy, all these little boys and girls that can't stop clicking that mouse and picking the top or picking the bottom, getting hammered. What is the profile? Balance, rotational, POC is almost dead center. It is dead center. POC, mid, and VWAP. Bam, right in a pile. That's balanced, my friends. IB high, IB low. Ooh, here we go. 903. Now, is somebody going to light a fire under it and take off one direction or another? Very possible. But at this moment, we're completely balanced. Almost a perfect Gaussian distribution. Look at there. Save this stupid thing in case. Oh, I've got all weekend to break it so that to mess with it. That's good. I'm spending most of my time with IRT and my back testing now. I don't want to. Yeah, I am, as I said earlier in the stream, I'm a if it ain't broke, don't fix it guy for sure. I'm sorry I updated to this version because it was working fine before. So. And if you stop and imagine all the complexity going on, in the background of these software we use, Pretty phenomenal. Pretty phenomenal that that it works at all, actually. Okay, so we are at 9 o'clock. That is, we've got 25 minutes to the IB statistic. And what the hell is that? Well, let's look, shall we? The IB statistic is a well-known, from the market profile days, like a lot of things are, and we can best view it here in the statistics study. Well, those damn naked volume points of control are bright, aren't they? I'm shutting those down. Okay. Here we are at our statistics study again. Notice I said IRT oh, look at there. We opened higher in range. Can that be true? Huh. I didn't even notice that at the open. Wow. I'm so busy fixated on whether this damn thing's going to reset or not, I didn't pay attention to the important part. Well, IRT definitely, as I mentioned in the pre-market, it conveniently highlights the correct open type. I have, as you notice, determined that it was going to be lower in range because at the moment I did that, we were trading below the close and within range. So they must have snuck it up over the close. Yes, right down here. Wow. That doesn't make any sense at all. That's pretty screwy. I got to make sure that everything's working right here. I typically always default to IRT being the gold standard, you know. So I'm going to go with higher in range, and I'll change that right now. And I'm only change these things not to cover up or lie about something, but remember, this is my virtual journal, and I review these screen snaps and review these streams. So, and as I said in the pre-market, when I see this title, that gives me a lot of information about the the ETH. I'm still finding this a little hard to believe here, but anyway. Ah, damn it. Okay, let's get back to where we started here. Where we were going with this was the initial balance. So the initial balance statistic, as we have confirmed, is only valid and is only a thing after 9:30 in the morning Central Standard Time. What that thing is, there is a greater than a 97.6%, 0.6% probability right here today that the IB high or low will be revisited by price at some point in the RTH trading session today. That's the statistic. What's that mean? Well, that means that 2.4% of the time it will not take either one. We look down here, it says 30.9% of the days of 498 days, looking backwards, where we opened higher in range in a data set of 1,625 days. This is all within context, right? It's if you've got something else you're looking at, well, then you better do your own stats. Another handy thing IRT does while we're here, notice how this is now blue text and this is blue text. What does that mean? Well, wherever a level has been revisited, the statistic has been achieved here at 81.3%, it changes the text to blue. The rest will stay black until that happens. So far today, we've taken the previous POC, the naked volume point of control, and we've taken the previous overnight POC. There you go. Bubba Louie. Okay, let's go And what a coincidence. Look at here. There's the previous POC from yesterday. And there we are. And guess what? Love it when that happens. What I do here is my workflow for these levels in the trading session. I change the anytime a level's revisited and becomes then stale, I change the text to black so that I know it's been revisited. And also that alerts me on the weekend or at night, whatever, to take them off this channel. Or otherwise this column can get pretty busy. Well, there you go. 910. A big fat hen. Cool. Well, it's about time to start looking at our trading stuff, huh? How the hell does that work? Let's see. This is what I've been doing, Antonio, is with these vetted trades around the initial balance. I suppose you don't remember last time you were around. This is my backtesting tab and this chart here. These levels are just indicators that I built in this chart window and on the trigger chart. They have nothing to do with the trading system. However, they absolutely and faithfully represent the zones and levels of the rules in the trading system. This is just a visual tool for me to confirm things are happening when and where I expect them to based on the system. This is the trading system, which I use to backtest. Now, I've been doing something lately, which has kind of been fun, and that's another reason for micros. I'm going to set this backtest up for 1 day. There we go. Okay. Now I'm going to send the system to the chart. What does that mean? That means that it is going to, if and when a trade is triggered in the system, it will plot on the chart. Now, simulated. This is just a note to make from confirmation for me. This is a simulated, or the IRT simulator. These trades are going no place but right on this chart. And that's exactly what I want to be damn sure about, because I don't want this thing sending trades to the broker. Okay? Two or three things in case you ever want to do this. First, you can put the account here and make sure it's simulated. And that's what I've got, that note reflecting that. This quote page right here, called the trading list, if it has 0 symbols, IRT will not send a trade anyplace. If I have ES there or MES, it can send a symbol it can send a trade to the broker. Just FYI. So, what I'm going to do now is send this to the chart. And this is the indicator which Chad built a long time ago. It's the system trading system indicator. There's the system that I've selected. This is the IB version 6 right there. I'm going to draw the profit band, and I can use my VPound in numbers for T1, T2. I can make the stop if I wanted to, etc. Now, what I'm going to do here, so that I don't have these big green bold lines zooming all around the chart from yesterday, I'm going to deselect those. So what we're going to see is the profit band, and if it's this color, it's going to be in profit. If it's red, it's going to be, not in profit, in a losing position. And there'll be a red marker at each one of the T1, T2, etc. So we're going to apply that. And there we go. Now, why didn't I see anything? Well, because it's not 9:30 yet. Here's today. When it's 9:30 and this IB statistic is live, these levels will start plotting over here. And I'll point that out. Also, I have labels on those, and the lines here. I pushed these to Bookmap just for my own confirmation. And yesterday I missed that beautiful trade because I didn't have the trigger zone, and I thought I could eyeball it. And so I've now pushed that last night. We'll see how that works out. The way I work it now is I do all of the stuff we've just described. And when a trigger fires over here, when a trade fires over here, I manually enter that trade and take it without thinking about it automatically in Bookmap, in a micro. And that ought to explain why I'm trading micros. This is I'm risking $30, not 300. So there you go, up to speed. And we've got 15, 14 minutes until the initial balance is set. And then there we go. And I'm going to try some stuff to make this easier on me and better for my, not one of those dick for a tick things like yesterday. Boy, was that aggravating. Well, this range is screwing with me. There we go. Now, this whole rigmarole I'm describing here with watching the signals and trading and all that stuff is about as efficient as a one-arm paper hanger. It isn't at all. But I don't know. First of all, well, I guess let me. Honestly, here it is. Don't trust IRT or the way I have it set up to trade for me. I'm not, auto algo guy. This is basically set up for me to backtest. If somebody's saying something right here, you can bet on that. Look at that. This is my thinking is to backtest, right? That's the purpose, and I'll get into that later today in detail. And I don't know any way to get signals across to Bookmap. I'm sure there are, to have it execute. For example, in IRT, besides these lines and zones up here, let me show you something else that happened. There you go. These signal markers also coded into this chart by me, having nothing to do with over here, except accurately reflecting exactly these rules. However, and you'll see here was a trade that lost right there. Oh, that's kind of handy. Maybe I'll show you that actually. Come on, get down there. This is how it plots, right? So there's the signal. There's A, B, the signal in the trade. There's T1. There's T2. Now, the old indicator doesn't total. It's only built for one contract, one position. So it doesn't add the 12 ticks from T1 to the 48 ticks of T2. And I could care less. I've asked Eddie, and Chad Payne left IRT, and that was the guy I used to deal with a lot. And he would change stuff, fix stuff, and he was really great. Now there's Eddie and Bill Lynn. I think Bill is retired and like giving it to his daughter or something. I don't know. I've heard all kinds of stories. This is how it plots. So you see that this is the in profit, and if there was some red up here, it would be out of profit. Anyway, these, you'll see that there's an A here, and there's trigger, 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 trigger all over the place. These in no way are sequential, because I'm not going to bother trying to figure that out on this chart. In the trading system, absolutely. And I know that there must be an A, there must be a B, and then there must be a trigger to enter the trade manually on in Bookmap. I know that. So I'm that link, right? So if you see these triggers all over the place, that's the story. I just put that into the stream so it's explained. Explained, baby. What else? Now, here was a real frustrator. While we're on it, here's A, B, no trigger. If this bar would have gotten up to the trigger zone, that was an automatic short, and oh my goodness, wouldn't that have been something? Yeah, that would have been 57-ish. Well, no. Let's call it 60. 67.60 to 65.90. 110 points, 150 points. Points times 4. Yeah. Really a pisser, huh? Absolutely. So let's get back to normal now that I'm through ranting and raving and crying about everything. Got to get my day on there. We got to get this guy up here. So we have it in the middle. Kind of wind it out a little bit. What I'm thinking about doing here today now, when we get close to doing something, is to size this chart down and scooch it over so that it's right up against Bookmap. What I was starting to say some time ago here is that these monitors, my trade office is set up on 2 standing desks, and in front of me here is a 4-rack monitor, a 4-monitor rack. The 2 lower monitors are these primary trade monitors here, and they're 32-inch 4Ks. So when I'm looking over here and then I look all the way over here, that's a long way, you know, I got to get my head over there and back and forth and all this kind of stuff. I'm going to try to move this chart, cubby it up right over here so that I can be more efficient, because I'm not very efficient with this automatic or this manually entering the trade story. Okay, I promise. Now let's size her up a little bit here. Oop, that's a little much there. Let's go about there. I try to make these as larger so that I can watch and understand what's happening. And you see the IB, you see the minimal session prices over here, because I don't want it all cluttered up. These rules are not going to have anything to do with anything now because they're automatically pushing over here or will be so when we get moving. So I'm going to probably scooch this chart over up against this margin and maybe close it down so I can have the current location right about here, right? And that way I can see both. Look at this crap. Now that's random risk there. Something's happening. Who knows what, but that's not normal behavior, in my opinion. Let's see what that might be. Christ. Well, I don't see anything magical over here past Michigan. And there will be nothing over here because this is only reports or speeches, but Fed and somebody like that, not some random doofus. Well, I don't know. Jesus, and that's such a spread there that is 1 minute or 1 point high. So what are we looking at here? We're looking at IB of 54, 96, 50, 40 points. What is this, the NQ or what? The snake. Okay, so VWAPs, mids, POC, okie dokie. You see how we now know I can now have a firm grip on what's going on, and this is that's pretty funny, isn't it? Okay. 3 minutes until you know what time. What time? Let's all say it together. IB. A little less volatile looking and a little more we are lower, so it's lower lows, lower highs. Got to really squint to see them, but this is a little more representative or meaningful to me than this kind of tomfoolery over here. Other than this is 1 point high, so I know that there's a hell of a lot of volatility going on here. What do you suppose the ATR is right now? 10? Let's look. 11, I was close. And volume's 112%, 113%. Now, remember, this is the ATR, the average true range over a 1 minute candle in the day session. My stop loss is 3 points. T1 is 3 points. T2 is 12 points. This thing is flying my full 2 target range every 1 minute. Is that a safe thing to be trading? No. That's retail soup on the hoof. What do I do? Well, I stand by and watch. Now, I'm kind of conflicted at this moment. You see what I'm talking about. I'm kind of conflicted here because I have a commitment to myself, the stream, and everybody else. In the spirit of forward testing these signals to take these trades where they manifest. Yesterday I'm so pissed I missed that because that was a real barn burner with no heat and no volatility and no craziness. This is just a rodeo here. You better have your spurs on if you're going to get anywhere with this thing. So let's look at where we are. Well, we have 5 seconds to go for the IRT, for the initial balance to set. And one thing I'm going to say real fast is something. So there's 9:30. Take it from the old guy. Do not trade in anticipation of the statistic. Here's the IB low. There's the IB high. This is not going to move. This is the statistic is in action. If you were right here and you thought, oh, we're below VWAP, we're below the mids, we're below everything, we're going to take this IB low, look at us down here, and you got short in anticipation of that at 57, and now it's 10 handles higher than you. This is a real volatile, crazy market we got today. And very definitely, I recommend do not trade towards the statistic, because you see what happens. Often. It's not out of the scope of recent memory where we come down here like this and trade all the way across and take the statistic at the other side. So, yeah, be on guard. Remember, your mission as a trader is to preserve your account, and the best way to do that is risk management. That's the only way to do it that I know of. You can have the most fantastic winning setup in the world, but if you don't have good risk management or account management, you are going to get a real rude awakening. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, now something that's important to notice here. This is my trigger chart, by the way. Same thing, but yesterday, today, 9:30, we're plotting our lines and our levels. Our zones are here now. And you see these labels? They're going to be visible over on Mr. Bookmap here pretty quick, if they're already there, I'm sure. Here they are on our trigger chart. And let's do this. Well, looky there. Pullback zone, continuation zone, trigger zone. Pullback zone, trigger zone, continuation zone. Trying to prevent yesterday. And I don't have control over I have control over the color, the text or not, and position of the lines, obviously, but once you select dash on this indicator, they're all going to be that. So, shoot me. Remember when I said don't trade toward the statistic? Oop. That's astounding. So we're hot, we're live, everybody's excited. Now I'm going to try to see if I can figure this out. Come on, man. Well, this helps a little bit. It's kind of stupid having all this blue over here, but IRT, I could move this window right over to Bookmap. Oop. I mean, IRT all the windows are floating. And I thought about that, but the minute I put a trade, this window, this chart's going to disappear, and it's going to be hard to find for me to get back and all that kind of stuff. So what I'm going to try to do is see how well this works. Now, we're plotting levels, no signals firing yet. We'll see. At least I can easily see without moving my head all over the place. And the next thing would be to put, I've thought of all different kinds of stuff. Well, there we have the IB statistic. And it's not plotted on Bookmap yet. Oh, I know why. On IRT, I mean. Sorry. Okay, so now let's get this opened up a little bit here. We have an A signal. Okay, and that requires this bar to open above the IB, close below the IB, and that the previous bar opened higher than the close, and now you see we have a B at the same time because price was within the continuation zone. So I need to be on my little high horse over here, watching all these things at the same time, and that's, easier said than done. And it's selling off hard and going to run away from us. Disappointing, but true, huh? Let's get this opened up so I can try to see these freaking lines here. Here's the IB. Here's the trigger zones. Here's the pullback zone or the continuation zone. We're way below it and running. No trade for me. No B, no trigger. Nobody left on third. God damn, get away from there. Now, see, this is 30 seconds. You can get so screwed in. You can screw in so tight or drill in so tight to Bookmap. I don't know whether you're... Here, look at this. That's 2 seconds, every 2 seconds. And you can get tighter than that if you want to. Why that would be important to anybody or how anybody could do that beats me. But I'm trying to get it so I can sort of figure out what the hell's going on here by looking at my levels and values, right? And still being able to keep track of it over on IRT. What I'm looking for here is, we have an A already. I need a B, which means up into the pullback zone, which is right, or the continuation zone, which is here. And then up to the trigger zone, which is between here and here and here and here, and then short. Assuming short. You see what happened with that balanced day we had? Fell out of bed. Fred. On its head. Yeah, it's Friday and I'm Looney Tunes. So I'm watching over here pretty close. Let's do something before we get away from this. Let's do a check, right? What are we doing? We got both. We got 2 lots. We got active. We can trade, but look at this thing. Look at the volatility here. That's pretty amazing. I wish I could just get rid of some lines sometime, like these grids, for example, because it's just clouding up the issue for me. How could I do that? these grid lines only show up when you get into a certain granularity, 50 cents, I think it is. And now we're at a minute and a half out here. That's way too close for me. But I'm trying to be, the problem is it tries to fit the range into the chart, right? Now we get rid of those grid lines because we're out at about 75 cents here. Nothing for me to do here. Nothing for me to do here yet. We've done the checklist. What is this thing up here all about? This thing keeps moving around. That's my fault, I'm sure. Yeah. Okay. Are we having fun yet? Probably. Here's IRT, the trigger chart. This is, now, also notice that there is no trade fired. That's because we haven't had an A and a B and a C, or A and a B and a trigger. When those rules are specifically met, by the system will fire a trade. And then I'm going to try to be doing hurry, scurry, and blurry over here and entering something myself manually and wanting to be real careful that I don't click on the wrong spot. It's not even keeping up. IRT is lagging. So here is the IB low. Now, if we come into here, that should be a B. And we get back up to the trigger, but we're lagging over here. That's really frustrating. We didn't make the trigger zone, but I don't know what to say about this. IRT is a 1 minute chart. Bookmap is flashing 1 minute over here and a lot more active than the ticks on Bookmap on IRT. I mean, no signal. And I'm trying to pick up if we're going to get one or not. IRT's moving so fast, I can't, be honest with you, I can't keep track of it. Well, we get up here to the IB. If we can come down and stick in the IB into the continuation zone and then trade into the trigger, that would be an A and a B and away you go. But that is not happening yet in the system. Trigger's a trigger, but doesn't mean anything because there's not a P. And to be honest with you, as volatile as this is, I'm thinking it's a stupid thing to do, frankly. The system is agreeing with me. It hasn't put a trigger out. It hasn't put a signal either. But that price movement is pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Back to settlement. This is the pullback zone. We went right through it. And IRT's not keeping up. IRT has not recorded this price action yet. So it's lagging way too much to be trading. There's a B. If it stays there, it did not. Yeah, price is Bookmap is way ahead of IRT here. That's really annoying. Here we go. There you are. Bookmap, IRT. You see how this is, it's just now catching up to here. 10 millisecond lag is all it says, but that doesn't seem very right to me, does it you? I don't know if that works, but I guess kinda, sorta. No B signal. And price is really all over the map here. If I try to do anything with Bookmap, now I'm going to lose this chart, and I do not want to do that. Oh, wait, maybe I know what I could do. Hold on a minute. I can use the window thingy in IRT, Window Manager. IRT has this real cool little thing here called the Window Manager. And I can select which one of these I want to have up. And now we are, what is this? I don't want that. Okay, so we're watching, I guess, aren't we? Don't have an A, have an A and a trigger. I mean, have an A, don't have a B and a trigger. Fortunately, because that would be kind of disappointing right there. So what this is, the premise is real simple. Price takes the initial balance, that gives us the A. Open above, close below, previous to the signal bar is open above, close below. This is on the IB low. That's the A. B, we trade down into this continuation zone or pull back to the pullback zone. Don't go out of it. Come down to the trigger zone, and then we get a trigger, just like right there. But we're not getting anything as far as the pullback and continuation. And the reason that's happening today is because of the volatility. And I am certainly not going to change my plan, Stan. And I would emphasize strongly, never, ever change your trade plan or your anything, trade risk management, trade plan, ideas during the live trading session right over here. This should all be stuff you think about when you're not having any adrenaline, no dopamine kicking around, you know. And look at us go. Aren't they excited? Well, yeah. I'm trying to keep the book map relatively one point, and it's, you know, clear off the map. And looking pretty severely at, looking strongly at the IRT. I guess this works. I don't know. Let's see if I can do something over here now. Whoop. Let's do this. And this. And this. And I don't know what, this one. Turn on some music here, I guess. Nix the vocals. All the way across the range, maybe? Maybe. Pretty volatile day. Extremely good possibility to be stopped out just on the volatility with a 3-point stop. But that's the plan I have, and that's my risk neutral trade. So that's what I'm doing. I'm not changing horses in the middle of the stream here. If you're trading discretionarily or with some sort of plan you've got in existence, so far we're in a balanced open auction like I suspected we might or anticipated we would have in the pre-market, and it's outside in so far, huh? I don't know whether I can open another tab or it's going to nuke this. This is all new stuff here for me to do, so let's see if I can break something. See what the hell I can do. Yeah, it goes away. Okay. Well, the ATR is pulled down now to see if I can get over here. It's pulled down now to 8.5 points per 1 minute bar. Volatility volume still remains high. This is that window manager I was talking about. It's pretty handy. That's what I'm going to rely on if I have to grab that window. Oh, and we might be getting ready to do something here. So let me get back to the business at hand. Now let me get back to this and see what we've got going on. Ooh, I just realized something. This doesn't tell me where I'm covering up my line names. This is 30 seconds. That's ridiculous. Let's push this out to something. Oh, that's 10 seconds. That's going the wrong way. Sorry about that. Oops. Let's get this jammed over here to something else. Well, no B yet. A? No B. And won't have one. Look at this crap. Yeah, that's ridiculous. This is something, I don't know what, but it has got nothing to do with the normal auction. That's for sure. VPOC migration for the full session VPOC. Look at this crap go. What is all of this for? What's going on? Is something happening? I don't know, but they got strippers on the front lawn of the White House, or what's the deal? You hanging Democrats or what? And it's funny to me that, you know, I mean, when comments like that are made, and I don't know about anybody else, but I very definitely remember who got the crowd stirred up for January 6th. Isn't that sedition? I don't know. You know, attacking and burning the Capitol building and stuff as opposed to making a speech. I don't know, it seems pretty crazy to me. I'm sure it's just because I don't understand. I'm looking at the wrong window, sorry about that. There you go. Yeah, I'm not sure I like this idea or not. At least I can see everything at once, but I'm not sure whether that's helping me or hurting me. Let me move this back where I had it so I can see the entire book map thingy going on. Keep this just cubbied up over here. I actually thought, I wonder if I can plot this from the left, you know, like read from left to right instead of right to left. Then I could pull this chart right over here and I would have this edge right here. I don't think I could deal with that. I used to watch my friends in Kuala Lumpur read Mandarin or something and read the left to right. Couldn't get used to it. It is kind of nice to see both at the same time, however. Man, this is 50 cents. It's moving 50 cents here now. Let's see if we can get it to move $1. Okay, there's a buck. Or a point. So 3 of these is the stop, right? And what are we doing? Well, we're just pounding all over the mid right now. We are diddling in the middle and by with a capital letter. Volume is high. What's with the volatility? What is with the volatility? I can't bring Blue Boy onto the job because we've got 2 minutes on the time scale here. Let's see if we can scrunch that up and maybe slow things down a little bit. That's a little more normal looking, isn't it? I don't know how people trade all zoomed in like that. I did an intensive with Jim Dalton one time years ago. He categorically says if you trade with Bookmap, use a dome or a ladder like Jigsaw or TT or something, it's the biggest mistake you can make. You should use market profile, 30-minute profiles, 30-minute brackets, because all of this gives you cognitive dissonance and all you're doing is looking at the noise. Take that for what it's worth. He also lied in his whole advertising thing that intensive I was involved in was the last one he'd ever take. Well, my daughter says dad's trading in his trading hat for his fishing hat and all this kind of crap, and this is the last one, and a year and a half later he was advertising another one. So, you know, I mean, I can imagine that he decided he didn't want to retire, but it was just, you know, bullshit and bus tickets. Just like he very definitely did not develop market profile. Stottlemyre did. You know, there's no, I guess there's just different levels. There's the YouTube rear view mirror guys, and then there's other people like that are just different levels of, different gradients of bullshit, I guess. I'm trying to figure out what I like here better now, to be honest with you. I don't like all this blue going on over here, but not much I can do about that, or that I will do about it. And what I was starting to say was that IRT, these are all floating windows. There is a frame container, which is this blue thing, but they specifically say do not use that, as do not keep them framed in the container. I don't know why. I would prefer to have the windows and the tabs I want in the container, and that's where they are. But yeah, what are you gonna do? Well, what are we gonna have here happen now? Nothing. We're not getting a signal because there's a pullback zone, and we traded into it, but we didn't trade into it from the right direction. This needed to be down here, and the close needed to be in it. If we trade down through here, get a B, get a trigger, boom, take the trade. I'm gonna have to change the color. I didn't want to have them be real bright and shiny over here, but I'm gonna need to have these trigger zones. Oh man, what is this bullshit? And it's moving so fast and dropping so quick. That IRT has not even been not keeping up. It's only got a 13 millisecond lag, but you see what the difference? You see the lag I've got up here? Nope. You can put this in your quote pages. It's got the lag time. This is milliseconds. This is how much lag it's got on this data, or that it's processing. And I've got all the windows shut off except this one. Now are we going to come down here and get a B and then a trigger and then a short? Maybe. That would have been right there, a B in my opinion. But this thing is not showing it over here on Bookmap. That's pissing me off. There's a B and there's a trigger. I'm going to go short right here. Okay, we got a resting short in there. Let's see what happens. It's the B and it's the A and it's... Oh, didn't get a B. Yeah, we're getting a B. Oh, I see what the problem is. It's the 1 minute bar. You see how the B's falling, flushing in and out? Well, we got short. Oops, okay. Well, I'm busy looking around the mulberry bush here. I'm short one, or short two. And there's a risk neutral trade, baby.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
What the hell is it? Yeah, so there we are. What's happening now? Okay. And here we go, Humpty Dumpty Doo. I can start doing trade management now. I can get this thing up and get this thing out and try to get some view as to what the hell is going on. No, I don't want to do that. I think I'm liking that better. Well, we're just above the previous RTH low, and that's not too bad if we don't get one of these crazy Ivans up here. I'm going to bring my target down here a little lower. A couple of ticks above this just for fun. And I'm going to scale. Maybe. There. Am I gonna dig for a ticket again? That was my target. Right? Am I gonna keep going? There's a swing high. Oh, this is irritating. If I do that 2 days in a row, I'm going to be mega pissed. I'll tell you right now. What's going on here? Look at that. Okay. Get down there. Take it out. Where am I? Everything okay? Yeah. All right. Can I... Look at this. Trying to trade manage and get some extra profit here, and what did that cost me? That cost me some ticks right there. We're not, it hasn't, quit, but I'm risk neutral, so what am I gonna do? Throw my toys out of the cot? Yeah, probably. I might just hammer this thing down here. And you see the it took, now you see, here's the perfect example. It took the trade and it got both targets because I was a dipshit and tried to get a little extra, milk a little extra out of it. I may come back to a scratch, which is, and this is live money account. This is not demo sim, right? That was really annoying. I think I'm sticking with my plan going forward. Now I just have to let it play out. And there's the stop. Son of a bitch. Boy, is that ever a learning lesson, huh? Well, that's pretty frustrating. That's pretty frustrating. Okay, it's a scratch, so no harm, no foul, but really, that's really stupid to let 60 ticks come back in your face for a scratch. What do I think about that? Well, if I'm going to trade manage by moving my T2, I am definitely going to scale or trail to the last swing high, which would have been here. And then it would have been here. And yeah, that's what I've got to do. Otherwise, I'm leaving them just as they are. Boy, that's two really disappointing days in a row. And now we have a B, and are we going to get a trigger for the long here, the other direction?
Order submitted.
Not quite, but close. Here's the trigger zone. If we get right here, it's a trigger for the No, we got right here. Where's that trigger? For the long. It would have been a B, I guess, and here would have been the trigger, and we'd have been going back the other direction now for 10 handles. Well, isn't that disappointing? I'm still really disappointed right here, I'll tell you. Jesus. For 2 ticks, man. Or something. Well, 42 to 40, yeah, 2 points. Okay, 8 ticks. Call me a liar. I'm telling you, there is a lot to be said for just sticking with your plan. Now, this is a classic example of being more intelligent after you're in a trade. I'm trying to put some risk management and trade management. I'm not risk management, trade management on this with, you know, pre-thought, pre-planned trade management. And I don't think that that's a bad thing to do, but now if we get down to this trigger, I should take a long. The problem I have is we have a VPOC migration lower, which is not a good thing necessarily. God, that makes me mad. Makes me real disappointed with myself. Well, I didn't catch that one quick enough. And there's 10 points. There's the trigger. And there's 10 points. My goodness. I'm not doing very good today, am I? Boys and girls. That's really disappointing there. I don't have another system fire yet. And I'm not really sure why. Boy, that's irritating. Man. For months doing the vetting here, I would put a trade on and never touch the targets. Now that I'm out of that process and into where I think should be trade management, I've also got a trade on the system down here from this trigger. Where'd it go? From this right here. And it's going to go to targets. And I'm not going to be on it again. Jesus Christ. I cannot afford to keep doing this kind of stupidness, that's for sure. This didn't cost me anything, by the way. I have no loss, 0 ticks. This should have been 60, and this should have been another 60. So, you know, stupidity cost me. There's 2 trades, 2 targets right there. Boom. A continuation and a failure. And I got one of them to a scratch and didn't catch the other one because I'm asleep at the wheel right here. Watching it, but asleep at the wheel. And this is a good time to bring up Monkey Boy. Your monkey mind. This is, you know, all of the wiring that we've inherited over the thousands of years of development here is where FOMO and desire to be right and risk aversion and all that stuff comes from. And I don't believe we're ever going to get rid of those things. So you need to be aware of them and not act on them. And that's what I try to do. I'm feeling, you know, I'm feeling adrenaline and emotion right now. Monkey Boy's talking to me, and I'm going to be extremely cautious. That's what kind of slowed me down on clicking the trigger right wherever that target was. Now. That was it. AB trigger. As was, there they are. There's AB trigger, there's AB trigger, and there is 48 ticks, which is, there's 60 ticks and another 60, 120 ticks. Am I, you know, underwater? Am I over trading? Am I revenge trading? Am I chasing it? No, not doing any of that stuff. Am I pissed at myself for not reacting quick enough or being up to speed fast enough? Yeah. I am, very definitely. Because this should be 120 ticks in the bag. I should be moving on to the minis the first of next week. And now I'm not, so far. Have I lost any money? Nope. I'm completely flat because I let the first one come back in my frickin' face. So that's poor trade management, in a way. Yeah, it is definitely in a way, because if I am going to not move anything, then I can't move anything. Do you know what I mean? If I'm not going to move my stop, trail my stop up, which I didn't, I should not touch my target. And it would have been hit, as we know from watching the trade here in the stream. Oh yeah, that's really disappointing. I cannot continue to just be theoretical here. This is my business to support myself and my family. I need to do this and get on with it. And today was yesterday, one frickin' tick, and today, I guess maybe subconsciously trying to make up that extra tick or something yesterday. I don't know, and I got screwed again. And now what are we doing? Who the hell knows what's going on now? I don't see any I don't see anything signal wise here. The way the system works over here, by the way, unlike just these markers flashing all around, the system itself, A, B, trigger, to, you know, profits, same story. The minute once the position is flat, everybody's reset. A, B, trigger are all reset as far as the system's concerned. So you start over again. To the downside, here's an A to the upside, then we have a B to the upside, and then we have a trigger to the upside. So what I'm talking about is up and down. The A's are ambidextrous, non-binary. What are we doing now? Now what the hell are we doing? Well, we have a new A. Jesus. Maybe a B. Nope. there's a trigger. We don't have either one of them. We have a trigger but no B. Now we have a B continuation now. Maybe. The trigger would be here. I need to start having my mouse positioned properly for the trigger in the direction. Look at this thing go now. Son of a bitch. Still pretty volatile, eh? Boy, that's as annoying to me as being in the hole, you know, on a loser, frankly, because in my opinion, it's the same thing. It's a poor execution, an error in execution and trade management. Well, boys and girls, isn't this a gigundous pain in the butt? Wow, so I've got 120 missed ticks here with no heat, by the way. Okay, so on to the next one. Onward and upward. Well, or downward, either way. Cool, so these are working out pretty well. I know a change that needs to happen here, and I'm not sure how to go about doing it, but anyway, there we are. And boy, are we mean reverting, huh? Are we just rotating? Who was it that said we're probably going to have an open auction today? Who was that mess? Here we are. Jesus Christopher Christ. I'm telling you what now. And in hindsight, rear view mirror trading, right? Oh yeah, well here's the, A, B, C, and all this kind of rear view mirror shit. I didn't do it. You were here live and direct, man. There's no question about it. I missed it right there. And then I missed it again. And all I have to do, by the way, don't even have to move the stop, just hit up here and boop out. If I'm going to do this kind of nonsense, then I need to be trailed to the swing. Trailed to the swing. You know? Or something. And I don't know how to code that into the signals actually to trail to the previous swing high. I've thought about that earlier in the week and talked about it here. I don't even know where we are now. Okay. And missed this one, which was right there. Wait, where's the triggers on? We're here somewhere. Yeah, I got no clue what's going to happen today. I mean, I don't have a problem with over trading or chasing or revenge trading or any of that stuff. I have a problem being stupid and getting mad, no question about it. But I'm not gonna allow those emotions or that monkey mind to, dig a bigger hole. I don't have a hole. I'm not in a hole. As you see right here, 0. I didn't do this part for the snap either. Should have done that, sorry. Busy being pissed. And there's the trade. Live mode. There's the entry. There we go. Doodly 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 doo. Running profit 0. P&L 0. 61 maximum favorable excursion. 0 minimum adverse excursion. Isn't that something? Wow. Jesus, talk about rookie. I guess. I mean, and so we stand here. What do we got going on with this other world over here? Well, they looked below and didn't get anywhere, and now they've got a doji deal going on up here. When you look at it from the bigger picture, what is it? Well, there's a skew to the left or to the downside slightly, but boy, that's about as balanced as you're going to want, isn't it? That is an open auction. Open auction. And look where they quit. Volume POC from yesterday. Yeah, it's really irritating. But it is what it is, and I'm not in the hole, and so onward and upward. The beautiful part about trading is there's an endless stream of opportunities. Yesterday was huge. I was bummed out. I was a dick for a tick. And today we had 2 beautiful ones, and I screwed that one up too. So I'm gonna need to do some work on my psychology, obviously. I guess in deep down in there someplace, I'm wanting to get more out of it. So I'm gonna just absolutely stick with the targets. Don't know what else to do. To be honest about it. Now, if you were clever and if you were had a mean reversion trade that you had previously vetted, and you couldn't get any further than the previous RTH low. My goodness, what a long, huh? 6550 to 6590. There's 50 handles right there without so much as a hiccup. And up to the IB high we go. Will this be a mean reversion down the other way now? Ooh. Would I be hard pressed to take that trade? Yeah. That would be kind of I have to think about that a lot, actually. Absolutely. And I'm not saying that there's any form of a signal around here, but you know. But that's how she goes. I gotta think. I think what I'll do this evening or this weekend for sure is and with Bookmap, you can replay these sessions, and it plays just as it is unfolding now, and you can also trade them with multi-brackets and the whole stuff. It's called multi-bracket sim or something like that. Right there. And I will do that to see how I could have handled that better. Or, you know, anything would have been better, but how I would have handled that correctly. Look at them. POCs, VWAPs, mid, all plopped right in a row. Didn't get to the IB, don't have a trigger. There you go. Now, the way this would work for a mean reversion trade would be to take the initial balance to the upside, pull back to the pullback zone, up to the trigger zone, and short. That's how the signals should unfold per the session, you know, per the system. Just the reverse of this, right? There's an IB continuation, the bottom. There's an IB failure off the bottom. There's a continuation, there's a failure. Just mirror image. IB failure off the top, or the IB high. IB continuation off the top. IB continuation. Simple. This is a real simple strategy, just born out of just a comment from Rod. Well, what happens if you do this, you know? And I thought that sounded like a really good idea and a good way to develop the code for sequential rule system. And his suggestion was just for the IB failure. And so I thought, okay, after I had that going, I thought, well, why don't I just flip it around and make it an IB continuation on the other side and see what happens? And that's where we are at this moment, at this point. And what I'm trying to do is become less dependent on the trigger chart, you know, the trade chart, and stay focused on Bookmap with my signals and stuff, and recognizing them and taking the proper trades. The big difference with Bookmap is this can get a lot of volatility in here, which is not as I don't know whether it's a lag in IRT or whether it's just because it's a 1 minute bar. You don't see all the little tick increments as much. It beats the hell out of me. Remember that we're only two minutes wide here. And are we a point high even anymore? No. So there's 5 minutes. This is how I used to have it. Back in the days when I kept track of the migrating VPOC. See, you have no idea where it's been or at all today. So maybe I need to keep that up, because now I have to, in order to get it slowed down so that I can get it to fit in my windows here. Probably need to continue the IB. There's a flag in those. We can start right now, I guess. I mean, it's not like it's a lot of work, eh? Boom. Okay, new IB, and we don't have, there's an A signal, okay. Is it gonna stick? Now this is completely, maybe it's the scale. This looks like it's substantially gone past the IB. Now it's broken. Now it has. So this is lagging some fierce. I guess that's what's the matter. So I'm gonna watch. Don't have a B. Well, it says we have a B. I don't know. No. It's oh, now we do have a B, an A and a B, but no trigger for the continuation trade to the upside. The trigger needs to be down here. Are they going to try to get some price discovery to the top? We don't have a trigger here yet. The price action doesn't seem to be the same to me. It's a long way behind. It's lagging quite a ways behind. Bookmap. This bar right here. Ooh, this bar right here just printed up here, and this we've been up here and back down again already. We didn't get a trigger, however. And if we do, I'll have to take it, unfortunately. It's kind of the wrong direction, you know. But it is what it is. We didn't get the trigger here. Tick away. I don't like this consolidation worth a damn. Not going to have a resting order in there, that's for sure. See, this bar right here, well, we're there. Now it's moved over. That's here. And we're way past that. That's not good. There was the trigger, which we didn't get, and away she trades. The magic of trading. This is where statistics and vetting a trade matter. Now, I don't know how to figure stupidity into that formula, you know. My missing that trade ruined all the work I had done in vetting this trade. By moving that target and missing that profit, that was me breaking the system. So only to myself to blame. Now what's happening, I wonder. I'm gonna try to look over here and see if some bird. Oh no, Trump's only talking at 1400, and it's Friday. Let's hope he goes golfing or something. Well, there she goes up. One tick from the trigger here, and away we go. Sellers aren't getting anywhere. That's not good. Not good if you're a seller. Well, I've got to tighten it up, and I'm not sure exactly what to do. Now, look at where the book map is trading now. And look at over here. Well, no sooner do I say that, it pops up. But now it's just definitely lagging, and it looks to me to be more than 14 milliseconds. But maybe those are seconds. I better check that out. That would be terrible. Yeah, son of a gun. Bummer, huh? The joy of trading. So I am pretty disappointed about this. There are the two trades the system took, both to full targets. Didn't have a trigger right here. And that is right there. What do I think's going to happen now? I don't. I'm going to trade what I see and spend a lot of time this weekend on execution when I thinking about this. I just put these trigger zones on last night, which I think is going to help. But once I'm waiting for the trigger, once I've got the A and the B, then I need to just stop focusing, I think. This is my thinking at this point. Stop watching the trigger chart and the system chart and get over here to Trade World and do it. Or bite the bullet and let IRT trade for me, which I don't think, I mean, I don't even know how to get started to do that with any kind of seriousness where I would have fail safes and things. The last time I was tried to do that and hit the flatten button up here, it froze up. Well, that's always good. So welcome to the stream. Smack a thumbs up, subscribe, send money, you know, whatever works for you, dude. Dude or dudette, dude-orinos. It's Friday. I'm pretty happy about it. I've, taken a trade, was a complete goddamn doofus. Sorry for my French, but, it's just frustrating. Right here. Wherever. Right there. Enter. Scale. Look at this shit. I want to pick up an extra 2 ticks, so I move my target down and I don't trail up. Twice I get down here and don't take the 60 ticks. Now, let's not stand here picking my nose and miss the trigger. Which is right here. Trigger zone, trigger zone, trigger zone. Didn't get it. Are we going to run out of gas up here and turn around and go the other way? I don't know. I'm going to break away from the... I'm going to break away and see what I see over here. I'm kind of in the middle of outer space here. Well, that's twice now within one tick of the triggers of the trigger, huh? And one of the things that's most magnificently irritating is if, you know, this has happened twice now, and then you get a trigger here and you take a stop. You know, that's just frustrating as hell. To be honest with you, I'll take the trade because I am supposed to. I have that commitment. But I don't think it's a high probability trade because we are in a mean reversion, right? We're rotating. And it's coming up to 11 o'clock. I don't know. That would not be my preferred trade. I was actually talking about this the other day, is that introducing a context filter of some sort. You know, I have Blue Boy over here on the chart just for grins, but as far as in the system itself, the context filter. This is definitely a low volume node. I don't know. They can't seem to get any oomph out of this thing going up at the moment. 74.18 is the POC at this moment. Well, we got a long way to go for that migrated anywhere. I'm either going to need to have a waterproof garbage can here or go step away for a bio break. I'll be right back. Okay. What happened? Let it happen, Captain. It didn't. Well, it's amazing what one tick can do, huh? One tick here, no heat. One tick here, no heat. Profits, targets abound. So, it's the magic of trading. This is a random environment. You need to remember that. Think of all the millions of traders and machines and algos that are expressing an opinion every second in the market, in this particular market. Pretty crazy. So 2.5 hours is the end of RTH 1. I like to have my business done by then, or I will do it whenever I do it, but this volatility, where do you suppose we are? I bet we're still above 5 ATR. Oh, baby. Huh? Who's your daddy? Look at there. Actually, I lied. I said above. We're exactly 5. We were clearing the hell up here, man. Think about that. Wow. This is average true range per 1 minute bar. That's a lot. And they're not giving us any break to get on. We're going to chase. We're going to fudge the rules and take it here. No. No, Bobo. Fortunately, I have no problem being disciplined and doing my rules. Now, did I execute improperly and not properly forethink my trade management on the first trade of the day? Yeah. I didn't assess that well, and my reaction to that now, standing here, is, and yesterday was the same thing. I'm not going to move my targets, even if it's a matter of potentially getting a lot more, and I realize the concept is to let your winners run. But I have to come up with a better plan than I just did today, because I let my winner not run, but it came back in my face. So I've got to justify which one of those I'm going to stick with, At least shut it off at a 1-to-1 or more. Oop, sorry for hitting the broom there. Mr. Microphone. Son of a gun. And now we're going to run the other way for God knows how long and wherever and what the heck. About all I know to do is look over here and see where we are. And what is the story with our market profile here? No real string of singles till we get way up here at the top. This yellow line, the little red star, is where we're trading now. And they're just squeezing the bejesus out of them is what they're doing. They're making a big batch of fresh squeezed retail right here. Son of a gun, huh? One tick long. Boo. I'm so mad I'm going to go get a glass of water. Well. On balance, I'm happy with the system and the fact that the backtesting results are bearing out. Not that I didn't really expect, I didn't expect them not to, because it's math, right? It's data and statistics, probabilities, but it's reassuring. My problem now is, the most critical tool. This is one of my things here. Let me see where I went. The most critical tool you have in your trading Where'd it go? In your trading room or your trading office. Where the hell did that go? Huh. I'll be him. Must have deleted it. The most important tool you have in your trade office is you, right? Sitting on your side of the monitor. Also, can be the weakest link, like you just saw from me today. Poor execution. I have nothing to really, I have no excuse other than, I'm older than the Bible, but other than that, anyway, it was in there somewhere. Old fixation guy here had to make sure I could find it. So the most critical tool you've got in your office, and perhaps also the weakest link, is you. We spend all kind of time and money, looking into monitors and software and data connections, this and that and whatever else. And we don't spend enough time focused on, are you properly hydrated, well rested, nutrition, exercise, all those kind of things. Think about all the data and all the input we have is processed by your eyes and your brain, and then and used to make financial decisions that affect you and your family. So there you are. It's also the weakest link, as obvious by me right today, with not this little stupidness over here. That doesn't negate the fact that I didn't get on the long, but I also didn't break my rules and cheat right here, cheat right here. Here's the trigger. One more tick would have been a long. One more tick would have been a long, and I was standing here ready with it. Mouse ready to click. Wouldn't I be pleased with myself right now in the squeeze? Yep. Am I mad about that? Nope. I followed my rules. Simple. I'm like the computer. The system didn't take these trades. Neither did I. Now watch me open the system thing over here on the other side. Behind my back it did. No, it didn't. Up here. And those two are right there. Look at there. One tick to the trigger. One tick to the trigger. Any of these, there's the A, there's the B, no trigger. Here's I'm a stupid guy. This one I missed completely. My fault. But there you have it. If you're going to be a systematic trader with minimal or no discretion, then that's the way you've got to be. That's the way you have to approach trading, in my opinion. And as I've said early in the stream, but I will repeat, this stream is not anything about my way or the highway or rear view mirror trading, or I'm going to sell you a course or any of that bullshit. This is my virtual trading journal that I share absolutely openly and transparency, live trades, everything about them. Want to see the exact statistics about the trade? I also showed that a minute ago right there. There's a whole shooting match. This is pretty funny, huh? Maximum favorable excursion, 61 ticks. Adverse, 12 ticks. And scratched because I took a T1 and then I tried to be clever. Tried to be a clever Trevor. Right there. I thought I'd pull it down a couple of ticks to just above, the low. and it tested in there twice, and I wasn't quick enough to do anything about it, and came right back and took me out for scratch. I'm flat, right? I mean, don't forget that. I haven't lost a penny here. Well, commission, I guess, but because this is a live account with AMP. So there you are. But that's the way the cookie crumbles, man. And look at her go. God damn. They keep the squeeze going. They could run this thing all the way up to the MCVPOC up here. What is the naked volume points of control are way below us, I think. Yeah, the point of control from yesterday, of course, was down here taken out, and here we are today. The only other naked one we got above us is up here. And then we have one just down here. They just came down and gave it a little kiss and turned around. I'm surprised, actually. 2 days running now. Am I in the right window? 2 days running now. We haven't gotten any horsepower out of the bottom of this micro composite. I'm surprised about that. When you stop and think about it, there's a lot of people that were all excited about being long. Perhaps that's washed out now, you know? Here's the Trump dump, the 10 o'clock tweet, random risk. So, yeah. Are any of these places opportunities to get on trades? Yeah, if you have a vetted trade that's you can do. Sure, why not? Is it something I can trade? Nope. I don't trade discretionarily. I don't trade by hunch and by gunch. I've learned the hard way that doesn't work for me. The way to trade successfully and have a successful, consistently profitable business is to approach it as a business of probabilities and statistics, and that's what I'm trying to do. Now, do I need to weed out stupidity? Right there. Yesterday, the same story. Yesterday, dick for a tick on the upside. Same thing, only on the upside. Pretty amazing. Slow learner, old dog, new tricks, whatever, however that goes in. Old dumb dog, old tricks or something. Okay, so where are we? Thanks for stopping by on your Friday. Boy, I'd love to sit down to some bacalao and nice cold beer and something. That'd be pretty great. Haven't had that in a long time. And the ships bearing my dreams sailed out of sight. Or the old Stone songs, as the train left the station, they had two lights on behind. So this will be a weekend of replay trades. Fortunately, Bookmap is really good about that. When you do the replay, like when I do a replay of today, you can trade it with the sim multi-bracket thing, which is, I think I showed you that. right there. You get a big progress bar across the top up here. And it says replay down here, so don't think that that's, you can be sure that if people are doing that. But it trades just like this. And of course you can stop and start and speed up or whatever else you want to do. But I'm going to have to really think long and hard about how. My initial reaction right now is to never mind about additional profit and letting the winners, maximizing the profit. Trade them exactly. If I'm going to let the stop, I never move my stop away from the entry, ever in a gazillion years. But if I'm not going to trail up and move my stop, my second target away, I'm leaving everything alone until I think of a way around that. Now, I have backtested trailing up under various different circumstances. When T1 is hit, for example, trail the stop up to break even to entry. When moving T1 to 24 ticks instead of 12, and then when price gets to 12 ticks, trail up to break even, or when price gets to 16 ticks, trail up to 12, all different kinds of stuff, which I can actually show you rather than just confuse you with a bunch of stuff. What ifs? This is how you do it. This is how you statistically decide and determine what you're going to do. You don't do it by guess, by, I think this might work. None of that. Here's the standard risk neutral package. 12 ticks, 48 ticks. Position size 2, nothing. No trail, no nothing. Here we go, same package. When price reaches 12 ticks, in other words, T1, trails to break even. Down here's another one, 36.36, 36.48. Here we go with one that it when price reaches, here you go, here's 12, 36, and 48. When price reaches 24 ticks, trail to 12. Pick one, you can imagine how many variations you can have. Here's one I just did this morning early because I was surprised when I heard somebody told me that that a 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio was as profitable, the best way to be profitable in trading. So I thought, well, let's backtest that and see. This is a 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio with a 2-lot contract. 2 contract. 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, T2. 2 contract. Not bad. 69% win rate, loss rate, expectancy, profit factor. 96,000 compared to 102. One of the surprising parts for me was the consecutive winners. 24 consecutive winners. That's 24 winners in a row. And only 5 losers in a row. And that's not the case always. I'm not saying that's something to do, but this is how I go about testing things. And the way I believe it should be done, using probabilities. There you go. And we continue to squeeze, and I continue to stand here like a doofus. Oh, yeah. Well, by golly, this has been a really disappointing couple of days. And the 2 days before that, I had to stop each day. So there you go. Talk about, I mean, a scratch and a stop, a couple of trades each day, but it ended up net stop as opposed to net, profit. Wow. Now, here's the beautiful part about the risk to reward ratio and the 2-lot risk neutral package as I see it. Okay, and maybe those statistics going to prove me wrong, but the last couple of 3 days, I've had a scratch and a stop, and then I think a stop and a scratch or something like that. So there's basically 2 stops net. Well, because I have a win-reward, a risk to reward ratio of 2 and about 2 1/4, this one trade to both targets would have evened out both of those stops. And I would be up ahead just a little bit, but, that's how you compound the trade. Here's a phenomenal fact for you that I wasn't aware of. As we know, the same business plan that we use here, that I use, is the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. They play no game for which they have not previously identified an edge, a positive expectancy over a large sample size with specific rules. And then they go down to the casino floor, and their only mission in life is to play that game as many times in 24 hours as they can. That's why they're never emotional about anything. They're playing the edge. They're playing the expectancy and the law of large numbers. The key is the law of large numbers. If you have a small percentage expectancy, the more occurrences of that you get, that multiplies or compounds your profit, your P&L. The P&L, here's a surprising number I didn't know, because I have no idea what the expectancy is for casino games. I don't gamble or go to casinos or whatever else. In America, the house expectancy for roulette is 2.5%. And they make millions of dollars. The law of large numbers. That's the key to this whole thing. And that's, this is no epiphany I had. This is the most successful traders and mathematicians in the world and hedge fund managers in the world realized all of this, have come to this same conclusion. And I'm trying to do what so many traders are always, following the whales, I'm following the big traders or whatever they say. That's all I'm trying to do. By having a statistically proven edge, which is the key, and then taking that trade every time it presents itself and relying on the law of large numbers to manifest the expectancy to the bottom line. Is this flippin' annoying? Uh-huh. That's the way I like it. Well, I am sure, I tell you what, one little mistake can sure make a difference in your outlook, can it? Not funny, but And I'm over replay and back test and all of that. You know, I need to be in the make money mode. That's what I need to do. Now. Enough of that bongo board. Let's go skiing. Boy, those are years ago. Wow. I've thought of that in a long time. So let's see. Everything else seems to be okay, doesn't it? I guess so. The stream is streaming and the thing is singing, and I guess I blew the music here and that. Where'd that go? Oh, I don't want that one. I want the other one. That one. Let's see here. I keep having these problems with this goofy thing right here. Atlanta Fed, GDP now. So we got green and red and green and red and red and green and black. Okay. Kind of nice to see some numbers floating along here, huh? While we're just kind of waiting around and being bored, let's look at what's going to happen next week. Initial jobless, ADP change. Wait a minute. That's this week. Oh, I'm thinking, hold on, that sounds familiar. Let's look at the other thing. Let's look at the next one right here. There we go. PPI, core retail. Consumer confidence. And don't forget, next Thursday is, guess what? Right here. El Nostromo. Now, because this is a live account, the CME and consequently AMP, the broker, they, starting at 1700 the night before, CPI, PPI, or non-farm payroll or FOMC meeting, margin goes up to 25% of maintenance. So in other words, if you're trading the S&P and you typically have a $400 margin requirement to trade the mini, you better make sure you've got $5,945 in your trade account if you put one on from 7:30 at night until after the reports are released. In this case of Thursday or Wednesday, it's going to be PPI and CPI. Those are the kind of things that you need to remember when you're trading a live account. Also, or at least with my guy, brokers. And there's also in a volatile market, you've got to be out of the, flat before the, certain percentage of time, certain percentage before the circuit breakers click in, and that's all based on percent change. For example, up here now, we're 1.06% change. Well, if this were negative, during the day, there's no circuit breaker on the upside, but there is to the downside. So these are things you got to know as opposed to a sim account or Ninja Trader or some prop crap or whatever else. Or prop deal, not crap. I shouldn't say that. Well. Aren't I just pissed? Uh-huh. Yes, sirree, Bobby. I guess I can put this guy back over here. Jump up here and hit the trigger boy. Get trigger happy up here. Oh, look at Trigger over here. Ooh, come on, Trigger. Steady boy. Well, there's... Hold on a minute here. This is pretty... This doesn't make any flippin' sense. I mean, we all know that I took 2 trades and that there were 2 trades triggered. One was a failure, and one was a continuation, and one was a failure. This is not making me think that. Well, there's an A, there's a B, and there's the trigger for the failure. Going that way. Going that way till here and stopped out. Well, let me look at this. Maybe something's upside down. Not that I'm trying to find something to blame it on. Stupidity is, or not stupidity, but... so it was the second go round. It was over here for the first trade. For the continuation, and then the failure. So 10 o'clock. Let's make sure that that's what we see in over here. Okay, 10 o'clock. I couldn't imagine that they could be different, because this is just a copy of the other chart when I took off some of the control buttons up there, so come on, how could it be different? This has now got the system pushed to it, so that is different. Oh boy, look at us go. I'm so happy. Come on, let's go along. Let's pick a top. What do you think? You want to do that? Pick a top. Let's pick a bottom. Yeah. Well, hey, I enjoy trading. So this, I not only do this now, but I do this in the morning from 6 until the stream starts, and I do it into the evening until like 10 or 2200, and I'll work on it all weekend because it's what I do. I've been really fortunate through my life to... My work is my life, and I enjoy it. So I don't look at it as an alcoholic or an imposition or a workaholic or an imposition or that stuff. I've been fortunate that way. I think it's because of growing up the way I did, where, everybody was an independent person, business person. I grew up on a ranch. And my other side of my family, they were all, my other dad had owned a Cadillac dealership for 40 years. You know what I mean? Independent, self-employed kind of people. So your work is your own. I was a general contractor first, and I had a cargo company and flew cargo in the Caribbean and a bunch of stuff like that. So not always trading is the point, but my own stuff. My son's a contractor in Denver, and I come from a long line of, I don't know if you call them entrepreneurs, but at least independent or self-employed or whatever. So I've always been real fortunate to not begrudge what I do. They say that if you find something you love to do, you'll never work a day in your life because it's what you like doing, as opposed to work. I guess it makes sense. Good philosophy. I guess, you know, glass half full, glass half empty, all that stuff. Oh, yeah. No. 11:20 now. Well, now. I can't tell you how frustrated I am that I pulled that same dunce maneuver 2 days in a row. I'm embarrassed to say that, actually. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. For those of you new here, what's going on here? 21st, 19th. What the hell happened to the 20th? And that, oh, today, yeah, it was yesterday. That's pretty weird. I don't see the snaps from yesterday. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you want to see stupid. Let me show you what not to do. This is a screen snap from my journal, right? This is a screen snap directly from my RT, and you can see all of that stuff from Bookman. This is what we refer to as dick for a tick. Look at that. Now, sort of in my own defense, I was trading the system, and I was anticipating the trigger, which was right up here for the failure below the IB high. So I put a resting order here, and I thought, well, now here's where you get real intelligent after you put a trade on or you put an order in, right? This is where your intelligence you go from zero to hero or zero to genius overnight in a split second. Put my trade here, right within the trigger zone. Okay, great. Well, just below the IB high. And I'm thinking, well, but if it comes up through the IB, I'm liable to get a little bit of a run past that, and I don't want to get stopped out. So let me just put it at the IB. Well, we come up here once, and we don't get to the IB. I don't move myself. I don't cancel this and click enter. Comes up again, and I don't do it. And I think, oh, God damn, it's going to do that again. I pull it down here. It comes up just one tick below it and then goes down 60 handles or whatever the hell it is. 20, 30 handles straight down. No heat, no nothing. This is my framed on the wall dick for a tick right here. Don't be a dick for a tick. That was yesterday. There's the snap, there's the time, there's the live trading, there's all this stuff. And no trade, no foul, no problem, but wow, pretty ridiculous. Going to be a similar instance to this morning, moving that stop, moving the target, never the stop. Well, you can move this, you can trill your stop up all you want to if that's what you have predetermined works for your optimized trading strategy, but under no circumstances ever move your stop away from entry. That is the quickest way to go broke, guaranteed. And there's a few things that happen around that are really important to know, to consider. And that, it's got to do with your monkey mind and, wanting to be right, risk aversion, all those things that we've inherited. Humans have an unbelievable capacity to see patterns and stuff wherever we want. It's confirmation bias, Fibonacci, for example. They're all over the place, but everybody, the time it hits, oh boy, I knew that was going to be a confirmation bias. Seeing patterns everywhere. And one of the worst things that can happen to you, in my opinion, as a trader, and why I do not do it, is if you make an error and it works out in your favor. That is a huge detriment to your trader progress and progression. Because, in other words, you move your stop away from entry and it doesn't take you out, and then you get to a target or something. You'll remember that till the day you die. You will never remember the 500 times you did that and it cost you double. Because that's the way humans operate. That's the way our mind works. That's what kept us alive and got us to where we are. Being risk averse and wanting to be right and, all those kind of things. So, all those things we've inherited in the monkey mind. Tom calls it Hyde, Jekyll and Hyde. I like monkey mind because that's, how we've evolved. And it's, think about it. 1,000 years ago, two guys are out there in the jungle or somewhere, the savannah, and they see the grass wiggle, and one of them who's risk averse jumps behind a tree. The other one who's not risk averse kicks the grass to see what's over there, and suddenly becomes something's lunch. Well, that guy doesn't pass on his genes. The guy behind the tree does. So that's how selective adaptation and breeding works, and it ends up with us being risk averse and wanting, pyramid FOMO and all that stuff. So I'm certainly no shrink, but that's what I think. I mean, I grew up on a ranch. I know very definitely about breeding and genes and all that stuff. So do not ever move your stop away from entry. Really think long and hard before you change your trade plan, and never do that during the trading session. I don't believe. And yeah, here I am up here at the top. So excited. Just about, 100 points across that range. 100. 65.39, 66.42, a little bit more than 100. 100-point range. That's 400 ticks, boys and girls. $600 with a one lot on the micro. Jesus. Never mind the minis. That is disappointing. Now I'm depressed. I was doing okay till I realized that. My goodness. Boy, I hope somebody's on these longs. What can I say? I hope you're on them. Somebody. Drop something in the chat there and let us know how many gazillion dollars you're up here. you can get in there. Not happened. Am I rich yet? Oh, no. Wait a minute. What's the deal? I thought you guys were going to get me rich while I was gone. Wow, VPOC migration to the top now. I put these in here so I don't get all confused. Excuse me. Well, welcome to the stream. If you're new, passing through, smack a thumbs up and a sub. That'd be great. Drop something in the chat. That'd be cool wherever you are, whatever you're thinking, doing, trading. If you're lucky enough to be somewhere where it's Friday evening, have a great night out, man. Have a cocktail on us. And have a great weekend. I, on the other hand, am going to stand here and bemoan the fact that I'm a dunce with Mr. Clicky Boy over here. Not a dunce, but twice... dick for a tick twice, I'll tell you, in 2 days. 120 ticks, you know. More yesterday because that thing just went off. It did one of these. It's almost exactly the mirror image of today. Now, I'm not saying that I am good enough or have a identified and thought out trade management plan to take advantage of all of this, nor am I to have done similar yesterday. But it's pretty crazy, isn't it? That's exactly what happened yesterday, only from the top. Actually, from the IB. That yesterday was an entry problem. I did the one tick maneuver on the entry. This is on T2 down here. So this would have been taking profit, not getting on this thing. However, I did have another signal trade long here in the signals, in the my backtesting that I'm working up. Whoops. I wasn't busy showing you all the important stuff. I don't know how to know what I've got on the screen there, to be honest about it. So, nothing for me to do except stand here and think about getting in trouble somehow or another. No, I don't chase or trade or FOMO or revenge, overtrade or any of that stuff. So If I don't get a trade today, I don't. And remember, I'm only trading the initial balance trades because that's all I've vetted so far. So we got to get all the way down here, 40 handles, before something could possibly materialize. Well, Dan Tukali, welcome. Obviously, the stream is pretty in-depth and thorough, and it is I follow one specific methodology. This is my live stream. My virtual trading journal, what I'm doing, trading a live account. And so I guess the first thing to say is, if you're new to trading, any system or methodology that you end up that resonates well with you and which you are consistently profitable with is the thing to do. This stream is what I'm doing and how I approach the market. It is by no stretch of the imagination my way or the highway, you know. I'm sure Antonio here trades completely differently than I do. So this is the way I approach it, but this is what makes sense to me. And this is a methodology based on statistics and probabilities. And we are in a random market. So depending on how new you are you familiar with what futures are? Are you familiar, with the ins and outs of a futures contract, the sessions, all that kind of thing? Yeah, start at the basics. Bookmap is this tool, which is pretty popular. It can be expensive. And this tool over here is investing.com, investor RT, Jesus, sorry, which is a charting package. So if you're interested in trading futures, which I recommend definitely, because futures market is probably the most fair and transparent market there that we have, much more so than equities or Forex. It's, depending on where you live, it is a huge tax advantage because it's taxed as regular income, not capital gains. If you're thinking about doing that, and if you've never traded at all before, absolutely trade, get your feet wet with some sort of a program or platform. Sim account, not a prop firm, or certainly not your own money. You want to know what you're doing and when before you put your capital at risk. So if you're interested in trading futures, which is what this is, and interested in a similar idea that I have, then happy to just ask away questions, and I think of some suggestions for you for a sim deal. If you want to trade equities or Forex, FX or something like that, then I can't help you a hell of a lot, because I did Forex once upon a time. The last time I traded equities was 911. Literally. Oh, okay. Well, do not trade a live account until you're consistently profitable over a statistical period of time, which is outside of random distribution, In other words, if you flip a coin 10 times, nobody's surprised that you get more heads than tails in a row. If you flip it 100 times or 1,000 times, it's going to be pretty close to 50-50. So you need to capture a database or a data set of whatever identify a setup. You're welcome to use the one I am doing here and that I've properly vetted, and I'm going to go through my backtesting methods and all that kind of stuff at about 2. Just because that's how it works typically with the trade here, or with the stream. Show you the whole thing, and you're perfectly welcome to use all that stuff. What platform are you using at AMP? I'm with AMP also. Actually, this live account is with AMP. And I am using Rhythmic Data. What platform do you use to trade, or have you been using with your demo trade or your paper trading? None of my business, by the way, but if you don't feel like answering that, that's perfectly fine. I understand 100%, but just try to help. What do we bet? What are the bets on the ATR? I'm guessing 6. Oh, damn. 2 out of 2, baby. I better get to Vegas quick, huh? Sorry, wrong screen. So this is 6.5 handles. It's average true rotation in a 1-minute candlestick. So if you're trading a risk neutral 2-lot package like I am with a 12-tick stop, 12-tick T1, you better have your entry spot on or you're going to be pretty disappointed with life. And that it shouldn't be any secret that it's a volatile market. I mean, look at that. Just look at it. Just look at it. So what do we got? This is 1 point high here, remember? And I can't even think of getting Blue Boy over here. There we go. There we got him. All right, here's our opening print. What the hell ever this is about, you know? And now we're up here zooming around. And remember, these are now 2.5 points wide. Every one of these is a stop, essentially, on my system. So there we are.
Out the other side, huh? Welcome to the stream, by the way. Smack a thumbs up and subscribe. That'd be cool. Drop something in the chat as Dan has done there. That's pretty nice to have some. You know, trading is a lonely sport, huh? Lonely business. Unless you're fortunate enough to be in a environment with a lot of, look at this. Here's some news. If you don't think this is not news, then you haven't been around trading for long. What do we, oh, that, no, couldn't be the bond auction. And look at that volatility spike. Look at the data ingest down here, all these red bars and the aggregation stuff up here. Because there was such a smack down. 50, oh, look here, 57, 60 millisecond lag in IRT on whatever that was, continues to be. Let's see, what is that? Who's on third? I don't, oh, here we go. Oh, so now we're going to sell the H200 chips to China. The chips that were considered to be a national security risk. Wow. Okay. That was exactly what that was about. Okay, well, cool. Let's see what happens now. The market is on, you know, crack now. Look out. It's a crack attack. Oh, boy. You see what I mean about random risk, unidentified risk potential? There you go. Here is a perfect example of it. Right there. Yeah, I have no idea. No trade here for me, no signal, nobody left on third, and my advice is to get your drinking shoes on and get out there. It's Friday afternoon, baby. TGIF. Wow. That pretty much sewed it up for me. Remember that my only trade opportunity is the initial balance. So they just drove price $75 points away from the initial balance. This is exactly why you should absolutely, and I talked about this in the pre-market, very definitely realize that your job as a trader, your main priority as a trader, is to protect your account. Live to trade tomorrow. The way to do that is risk management. Furthermore, in this environment of random, who the hell knows what's going to happen on the tweet next time, only take setups that you have vetted yourself and which are A+, high expectancy. Definitely always have a full bracket in the market, and if you're trading a live account, as am I, make sure that those brackets are server side, not local. So here you were all excited, and we touched the developing value area high. We tapped it again. We came up here, and you got short, and you're all excited about getting short. And Yeah, only take vetted setups and always have brackets. That's all I know to say or do. I mean, that's got to be the best advice that anybody could get. I believe. When we approach the 1 o'clock hour, I guess they've already done their damage as far as this Friday's concerned for me. I wouldn't expect taking a trade in this last hour or two with the volatility going on. I'll run through the usual discussion about backtesting and properly vetting your trades at 2. Then we'll do a market recap or a daily recap at 2:30 and see what the market on close and balance has for us. In the meantime, and between time, I'm going to stand back and see what happens. See what happens next. I hope I had that mute off and that you heard that explanation about the trades. If you did not, let me just know in the chat. I'll do it again for you. Sorry about that. I got it. I am a real dunce at this influencer crap. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay. So I was afraid of that when I looked over there. All right, the first trade, there were two trades the system took here. These are only plotted onto this chart. This is going no place. I have it on simulated within IRT to test that the trade system and my rules are working properly, even though I backtest them, which we'll talk about later. So here's the first one, which I did take. Second one I did not, because I didn't see it. So now let's go to Bookmap. Here. So these lines here are pushed from these levels, okay? I push them from IRT to Bookmap. Now, so here is the continuation zone, the pullback zone, and the trigger. And this is the initial balance low. Here's the first trade. Price comes down, takes the A, which is the initial balance statistic, continues on to the pullback or to the continuation zone right here, trades up to the trigger zone or the trigger point, whatever you want to call it, which are these two lines here, either side of the IB, and I go short. This is a risk neutral trade setup, and that's the beautiful part about it, in my opinion. So the first trade, this is T1. It achieved T1. This is break even, this green line. Break even goes to my stop. So at the worst I can do at this point is scratch. Price comes down here. I think I'm going to be clever and pick up an extra couple of points. So I move my target down here. Look what happens. I clevered myself right out of 60 ticks. Price trades back up and takes the stop. Now, a couple of things. I absolutely never move the stop. It's just, the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. So there you go. Takes the stop. So I'm scratch. Now, the way the actual implementation of the risk neutral methodology, this trade system is, you determine the entry by your signal. This is the risk neutral trade package, or the smallest increment of you can have, or the smallest package size is 2 contracts. They have to be in even number. There's the size, there's the package size. Then you determine the stop size. First criteria should be your risk, your account risk parameters, or in your case, if you're trading, building up some statistics, how you want to grow your account. And once you've established, and then also the instrument you're trading, the volatility, the price per stop, the tick price or value of each of the instrument. And once you've established the stop size for the whole package and the package size, the T1 target right here is automatic. It's for half of the target. Half of the package size, and the tick target is the same number of ticks positively as the stop loss is negative. So the minute you achieve T1 right here, The worst that can possibly happen is a scratch. 48 ticks right there, and I left the damn thing alone. This would say 60 instead of 0. Period. If it went the other way, did yesterday, you're going to lose 24 ticks because it's 2 contracts at 12 ticks. So it's going to cost you 24 ticks right there. You have a risk reward ratio of your 1 R is 24 ticks and your potential is 60 ticks. So it's 60 divided by 24, about two and a quarter, say. That's your risk to reward ratio. That's how it works. Very simple. These lines right here, the trigger lines, the pullback, continuation, they are not part of session prices, but they are these levels here, which I've coded onto this chart. And again, these are just for my visual reference, so I can try to make sure or figure out that stuff is happening when and where I expect it to. Okay, I think I was unmuted that time, and I apologize for that, but there you go. This second trade, I was busy bitching and moaning about this first one, and I didn't take that. I didn't hit it. Would be considered a missed trade in my journal. So if you want to if you want to start and have something to watch, you help yourself, take a screen snap. You see the values over here? Or I'll tell you, it's real easy. The initial balance high. The high of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. The initial balance low. The low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. I'm sure you can plot those on whatchamadincus over there, MT5. Then you draw a horizontal line. These 2 lines, or this continuation zone, this is the IB, right? So the first line is 3 points, the second line is 5 points. Same way down here, 3 points, 5 points. 3 points, 3 points, 5 points. 3 points, 5 points. That's it. The trigger zone is 1 point on either side of the IB. Couldn't be more simple. You can code those up, I'm sure, in MT5 in a heartbeat. I suggest using a 1 minute bar chart because candles are all goofy looking and get in your way. But yeah, whatever you want to do. If you want to spread this out, there you go. And then the way the trades work is real simple. For example, here we have, well, let's look at the trade I actually took. That's maybe a better one. Okay. Price trades down to the IB. The IB statistic is taken right here. Now you have an A, or the first signal. My rules are a little more specific than some in that the way I do it is this. The signal bar, the open, in the case of the IB low, you're coming from the upper down. Somewhere above the chart down. The open is above the IB. The close is below the IB. The second criteria is the preceding bar to the signal bar right here needs to have the open above the close, and ideally the high, or the low, I'm sorry, is above the initial balance. So here you come trading down, right? Boom, you go through it. There's the signal. That's an A. It's an A from the pullback. It's an A for the continuation. The next order of business is the second signal and then the trigger. And in this case, we get both of them on the same bar. the trigger, the signal bar is then price trades down to within and closes within the continuation zone. And this is, I need to change actually, because I think it makes more sense to have this on the next bar, which would limit the trade, but let's keep going. So this gives us the closes within the continuation zone. Open is above it, closes within it, and then there's the trigger, which is this arrow. And that's that price is pulled back from the continuation zone to the trigger zone, which is 1 point either side of the IB. Boom, you got it. Then there you go. Over here, it's easier to see. Here was our A. This is for the failure, the IBF. Here's the A. Doodly 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 doo. Here's the B. Close is within the failure zone. Nothing, 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 nothing. This one goes down to the trigger zone. Boom, you're in the trade. Off you go. It's real basic, real simple, and the rules couldn't be clearer. There's no possibility for discretion. It's either in this zone or it's not. It's either reached these within this trigger zone or it hasn't, or it didn't. Simple. It either took out the initial balance high or low, took out the initial balance with the close on one, the open on one side, the close on the other, and the previous bar was trading in the same direction before. In other words, you'd have a reverse pattern for the top, right? That's it. Couldn't be simpler. 3 rules, 3 simple rules. Boom, boom, boom. There you go. Now, when I talk about the backtesting, you'll see how it works and why I think it's why I've determined it is a valid setup to trade with real money, with my money, because of the statistics and the expectancy and the win rate and the risk to reward ratio and stuff from a backtest over a large sample set. No, it's the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So you and I are both in Central Standard Time. The RTH, which is the regular trading session, opens at 8:30 Central Standard Time. Now, okay. The initial balance low and the initial balance high, they keep moving up and down until 9:30, the first hour. At end of the first hour, they don't move anymore. This one is, starts up here and it's down and down and down and down and down with price until 1 hour. And at 1 hour, this doesn't move anymore, nor does the IB high, and the statistic is then active. And that statistic, I don't know if I told you that one, but let's go. Why not? I got nothing to do. I got nobody to screw, and the damn market isn't helping me out. So the statistics come from, first of all, the statistics which I input into the system every day at 8:30 are based on the session prices which push from IRT. This is the notes column where I put the statistics. So today I changed this column title, and I do this every morning between 8 and 8:30 in the pre-market. The statistics in an open, higher in range opening for price to revisit the overnight high, ETH, electronic trading hours, extended trading hours, high, is 51.3%. The probability that price will revisit the overnight volume point of control is 80.7%, and so it goes. Those statistics come from this study in my IRT. The study is real simple. There's only 4 types, open types. There's a higher out of range, and if you think about that for a minute, that's a gap up. Higher in range, lower in range, or a gap down. Now, how you determine that every morning before this has been so nice as to print that, let me see if I can show you. Okay, let's pretend that we're right here. And price is trading up here. Okay, and if we were to open right here, how would that price compare with or relate to the previous RTH close? Well, it's right here. So we're higher than the close. How does it relate to the previous RTH range? Well, it's above the previous RTH low, and it's below the previous RTH high. So it is higher in range. Simple. Everything I do here is really simple and logical. So that's for sure. Then you have these statistics, and you can just go down the list. The overnight, here's the overnight volume point of control, 81.3. The overnight mid, overnight high, on and on and on and on. And I input those over here next to the associated price. Okay, back to the initial balance. The initial balance is the top statistic because there's a greater than 97.8% probability, 0.5% probability. No, I'm sorry, 97.8% probability in all 4 open types that price will revisit the overnight, price will revisit the IB high or low at some point in the RTH session, the balance, right? So, in other words, there's a 97.8% probability that our price action will come through the IB high or low at some point between 9:30 and 1600. And it, of course, did that already a long time ago. That's how the initial balance statistic works. That is the initial balance statistic. And so then you take that to the trading, and there's your initial balance. At 9:30 it's set. So this has taken the initial balance statistic, and it's taken it out at the IB low. That's A. Then we have B, and then away you go. That's the way you do it. That's the way I do it. Real simple. Nothing magical, nothing mysterious. You don't have to have a pointy hat or a magic wand or any of that stuff. You look a lot cooler, of course, if you wear one of those while you're trading, but, you know, not mandatory. If you just approach trading calmly, rationally, logically, you're miles ahead of most people. Really. Most guys, they let their emotions take over, and they are clicking and banging and snapping and popping, and, you know, they're blowing up accounts right, left, and center. I mean, it's really amazing. And the people that I'm talking about here, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I know some guys that are like that, and they are mature family men, well-established, solid careers in medicine, for example. They get the mouse in their hand and a chart in front of them, and they're like I don't know, they're like somebody on crack. It's amazing. It's just amazing. All that discipline and common sense goes zooming right out the window. That's correct. The POC, I go through all of this in detail with every price level in the in the pre-market, but we can certainly do that right now. For you, why not? What the hell, huh? The POC, there are two POCs. One is for the full session. Let's get this up here a little bit. One is for the full session, which in my chart is kind of a darker yellow. And then there is the RTH POC, which is the RTH session, right? I can't quite get this to work right for me, but okay. Now, these price levels are pushed automatically from Bookmap to, from investing IRT to Bookmap. So, POC, nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, period. Whether it's the overnight session or the RTH session. And the very split second that some other price level trades one more contract, the POC moves there. Just that simple. There is the mid, which is the RTH mid. Duh, football. It's the middle of the range, right? Then there are two VWAPs, which is volume weighted average price. There's for the RTH session and for the, this is in my case, for the overnight or the Globex session. The rest of the levels are just as you imagine, the value area high, the developing value area high. The difference between the two of these, this is for the previous auction, in other words, yesterday's RTH session. This is for the current developing auction. This is for the auction we're doing now. The previous RTH high. The RTH high. That's today's high. Oh, little girl. What's up there, Smokey? This is the mid, the RTH mid. Here's the overnight high. Here's the IB high. Remember that? That's the high of the first 1 hour, and that's where it quit moving. There's today's open. Simple, man. Very simple. Oh, sorry. I think I was muted again because my daughter just came in and pushed the mute button. So here was the trade. Entry, IB continuation, risk neutral scale. Thought I was going to be clever and get an extra 4 ticks. Didn't react fast enough and go, well, maybe not. I better get out here. Back in my face. So what I was just saying was I need to, this weekend, I will back test various alternatives if I am ever going to do this, which makes sense to maximize your winners, right? But you have to have the other side of the coin. I have to have the other side of the trade, which is risk management, trade management. So trade scale up to here, could scale to here. You know, that's a typical one, to scale up to the previous swing. I don't know, but I have to figure that out before I do it. Otherwise, yeah, it worked pretty fine. There, back in my face. And here were the trades on the system. And I think I've got all the right windows and the right mutes off and all that stuff. Yeah, frustrating, and that ridiculousness yesterday. Now, this time, I learned from yesterday, I didn't have a resting order in until the trigger was fired, which was here. Something I did last night that you may notice, Ron. The pullback zones, the continuation zones. I added the trigger zones. I added the trigger zones to Bookmap. They were always over here. But yesterday when I didn't take that entry properly, I was looking for whether am I in the trigger or am I not. So last night I put the trigger zones over here to Bookmap also, so there's no question about it. I'm trying to just make it I'm trying to get it to work with less confusion and wondering on my part. And then we had, of course, we had a big Trump bump over here. He's decided he's gonna sell the top NVIDIA H200 chips to China. You know, the ones that were a national security risk 2 months ago. So I guess they're not anymore. I can't keep up. But this was one of those unrecognized, you know, potential political risks that we don't know about. We just have to hope we're safe and make sure you trade with brackets. Make sure you only take A+ setups and hope it doesn't happen to you. You know, I guess that's all we can do in this environment. And here we are. That's it in a nutshell. "10 minutes to that world famous power hour." I will go over. Here's that big Trump bump. And I mean big. What is this? 35 to 70? 35 handles or more in the space of a minute or less, seconds. Those are always great if you're long, you know, and on the right side of it. But if you're not, or obviously they're not so hot. I will say that this has been working okay as far as not doing anything stupid, trying to send trades to AMP, so that's refreshing. It looks to me like it's lagging quite a bit. I don't know whether it's the signals that have to be reprocessed all the time or what, but I'm just gonna have to live with it. That's why I put the trigger zones across the Bookmap. The goal, of course, will be to be able to trade it straight off a book map. And then I guess at some point the ultimate goal would be to have this damn thing trade by itself. And, you know, I go down to the beach and put my shoes up and suck on greenies, man. Suck on some Heinekens or some... Well, maybe not. You know, like all the influencers do. Trade from the beach with a laptop, make millions. Sure, Dan. My pleasure. Yeah, I guess the thing to do is just remember it's every trading day from 8 in the morning until 1500, the cash close. And you can ask away. There's the live trades are, the live streams are ridiculous, right? They're 7 hours. That's why I'm real careful to try to make the timestamps so you can jump from chapter to chapter, like trade 1, you know, entry, trade 2, 1, scale, that kind of thing, so that you can navigate your round. Who in their right mind is going to sit and listen to 7 hours? The first 30 minutes is always the pre-market, the setup, the statistics, all of that stuff, which it might be, you might be able to pick up some things that you don't know about that, like how I do the statistics and where they come from, and an overview of the pre-market, kind of what we did overnight, what I anticipate we're going to do at the open, that kind of thing, and then ask a hell of a lot of questions. And second of all, you know, do what you want to do, but I would recommend that you stay on a paper trading account until you can trade that account with a specific trade setup consistently, profitably for, you know, set a goal for yourself, okay? And don't use all that $50,000 bullshit and all that noise, you know? Do something in your own mind that's, you know, how much money are you going to fund the account with in your mind? Really? Then that's what you put as a starting balance in your Excel sheet or whatever. And you trade that until you're double it, for example, and you've been successful for a number of months, so that you're not just a flash in the pan. I mean, anybody can get right 2 or 3 times in a week and suddenly have a prop account passed or whatever it is. That's meaningless. Then you can think about funding it and start with the micros. These contracts are 1/10 the size of a mini. This contract is $1.25 a tick. My 2 contract 3-point stop is worth $30. So not 300, 30. A mini is $300. So that's pretty important in terms of account preservation and in terms of your psychological impact, you know. And trade that paper trading account exactly like a live account with your money in it. I was always really fortunate there in that way. I would sweat and get nervous and everything else, have FOMO and the whole thing on a sim account. I don't know why, but I felt I was really lucky. I had the same emotions as I do on a live account. To learn to recognize them and not act on them and all that stuff. So don't just get in there and do a bunch of YOLO, you know, put on a 15 lot and hope for the best. And that doesn't do you any good. And have a great weekend. See you on Monday. Or, you know, I have to leave now, but I mean, you know what I mean. Real important. Okay, so where are we now? What the hell are we doing? What is it? Oh, 5 minutes till the World famous power hour. I'm so excited. Well, I'll tell you. 2 days in a row, I fluffed, muffed, whatever you want to call it, powder puffed, 2 for sure, full package targets, and a third that I didn't take because I was mad and didn't notice it. So I couldn't consider this a missed trade, but I didn't try to trade it. So I hadn't noticed it. So there you go. How stupid is that? You know, that's a lot of money. Well, I'm going to water up and then we'll look at the backtesting story. And yeah, I appreciate everybody that's come around, by the way. I see a bunch of views up there and people here. So smack a thumbs up and a subscription. I don't get monetized in any way. I pay for all of this stuff myself out of my pocket because it's my virtual trading journal. And I'm real happy to share what I'm doing, and I got no secrets from anybody about anything. And I think that mentality is really stupid. What are there 75, 50 of us around or something that come and go here? Do you imagine that we're going to ruin the edge or something up? Huh? You know what I mean? I don't hold with that. So I have no problem showing the trades, just explaining in detail the setups. There you go. And as Richard Dennis, who you may or may not know about, once said that he could print his precise rules in the Wall Street Journal and only a handful of people would follow him and be successful. And I believe that's the case. I mean, that's the temperament of people. Richard Dennis, by the way, is the guy that conceived and did the turtle. Famous Turtles project. One of the people I would have really liked to meet. Dead now, but there you go. I'm gonna water up. You girls don't go anyplace. I'll be right back. Okay, what do I see up here now? Oh, that's great. Yeah, I don't either. I take maybe 1 or 2 trades a day. When I was vetting these setups, I didn't take any trades for a week at a time, which was stupid. I mean, that's bordering on paralysis by analysis, right? So I'm much happier now that I have this system to follow, and I do. religiously, as you've probably seen if you've been here this morning or today. But yeah, I do a couple trades a day usually, or sometimes none. If I don't have a signal, none. Monday, Tuesday, I think it was, no trade, no signal. Today, signal, muffed it. Yesterday, signal, muffed it as well. Only my problem. Not because the signal was wrong, because my plan was wrong, anything else. So that's it. Yeah, the 1% thing is, I'm gonna go over it here in a minute. I have a size up tool that I made for myself here for this live account, and I'll explain that to you. No problem. So, where are we now? I'm looking at the wrong chart. There we go. Okay, so back testing. How in the world do I do that? Well, first thing we're going to do here now, because it's 2, I will not be entering any trades. A, we're a long ways away from the IBs. And B, I have end of day rules in the system which close out any trades, and I have those set for 14:30. The way I just set those is minutes from the end or the beginning of the session, so just in case you care there. So what I'm busy talking about all this for is I'm going to take the system off this chart now. Bye-bye. All right. Now, this is the backtest system that I have built based around the 2 initial balance trades. The IB failure, which is where price comes down. This is the low, right? Comes down to the IB, trades through it, can't get anywhere. Look at the double bottom here. That would make a bunch of candle guys excited. And then trades back the other way. In other words, it's a fancy name for a mean reversion trade. Where did I go? It's a fancy name for a mean reversion trade. What's going on here? There we go. For a mean reversion trade based on the initial balance, whichever is the high or low. In other words, price comes zooming down here, takes out the IB, can't get anywhere, mean reverts, outside in. Mean reversion, it reverts from the outer edge, it reverts to the mean. Same thing for the IB high. The other trade is IB continuation. I bet you can guess what that means. Takes out the initial balance, comes back, doesn't have any horsepower to go inside, has more follow through, continues on. Those are the 2 trades, and there are 2 trades applicable to the IB high and 2 trades applicable to the IB low. Simple as that. No more complicated whatsoever. Now, the way the backtesting works is, get up here, out of the way, mister. Thank you. The way the backtesting works is, with the backtest system in IRT and with the backtest engine, you have to write a specific rule for every criteria that you want. IB high, IB low, long, short, whichever it is. It's not convenient like the multi-brackets in Bookmap, where you can set a stop and a targets, and it's smart enough to know whether you're going long or short or what it is. Because you remember that when this backtest runs, the computer is simply going over every 1 minute candle, however many days back you go, and evaluating every one of these rules. whichever one is, whenever they're right, it executes based on up here. For example, when this rule executes yes, it buys 2 contracts at the entry price. There you go. That's how the rules work. Simple, huh? It's quite a cool system, actually. And writing the rules is not particularly complicated either. You do those with tokens, and let me see one that might not be too overwhelming here. Well, let's look at an entry. So this is an entry. These are V-pound variables, and these are various V-pound variables that I have set. And these are criteria, or like flags, kind of, right? And here's the position from the session start is greater than 60 minutes. It means it's the IB. And position system close is less than 90 minutes. So greater than 90 minutes and less than 60. So that means that it's 90 minutes from the close. That's 2:30. Then, and 80 is a 1, and 82 is a 1, and 84 is a 1, and 86 is 0, it executes these. Here's the entry at the low. Here it is setting T1, which is the entry, plus the tick size, plus the amount of ticks times the tick, and that's how it works. I mean, it's certainly not complicated, right? It's not like a lot of code that you see. That's how it works. So if I can figure it out, believe me, anybody can. Once you have all this done so that it evaluates properly, you've seen it work over here on the chart. The way you backtest, which is the real power of the system and of, I think, the whole works. Okay, let's backtest 500 days. 500 trading days. Now imagine how long and how inaccurate you would be trying to scroll back through the charts and look at every signal that happens and is it really valid or isn't it, and keeping track of all that over 500 days. And how long would it take? Well, doing it manually like that, or how about this? If you try to just capture the data in the live market, you'd have to be older than Methuselah in order to get it figured out. So this way you go. The ES, and I know this is the Z5 contract, and the Z5 contract didn't go back 500 days, absolutely. But the system is smart enough to know that I want to backtest over the ES continuous contract. Two lots, long and short, the RTH session only, and I want these reports. Okay. How long do you suppose it's going to take the computer to evaluate 500 days historical data of 1 minute charts, 1 minute bars, and evaluate every one of those rules? I can tell you how long, but I'll let you guess. It's going to take 5 seconds. Right there. And it evaluated 493 trading days, 217,716 bars. Every one of these rules over 217,000 bars. Okay. Net profit is 106, so much long, so much short, 713 trades, drawdown, etc., etc. Let's look at this value. This one over here is the one I pay a lot of attention to. There were 256 winning trades, 213 losing trades, and there were 713 trades. That means the difference between this and this, subtracted from that, are scratch. The profit factor of the win ratio is 2.24 to 1, and it's 35% profitable. Now, this is a little misleading in IRT because for every one of the scratches, there's one winner and one loser. It's used. IRT was originally configured. This thing was configured for only one contract, so there would never be a scratch. Okay, so that's kind of confusing. There are 9 consecutive winners in a row. So we had 9 winning trades in a row and 7 losing trades in a row. The largest losing contract was $300. That's right. That's what our stop loss is. The average loser is $296.24. The average winner is $262.74. This largest winner is wrong. It should be $750. It is May 1st, 2024. For whatever reason, it doesn't want to be right. It is a long trade. T1 is hit. I'm sorry, it's a short trade. T1 is hit. And rather than recording or executing the T2 target, it goes on to the end of day. Now, wouldn't that be pleasant if it missed your T2 target? So instead of $750, you made $3,300, but that's not real. And so, but I don't care, because the math that you use for expectancy and stuff uses the average winner, and that doesn't affect the average much over 500 days and 700 trades. The way I calculate it and work with it is this way right here. I created this little tool. So there's 500 days, because I was doing this morning for the market open. There's 713 trades. The total wins are 256. The average winner is 662. Well, let's make her 663. Okay, total losses. I'm just reading this. 213. And the average loss is 296. Boop, there we go. There's 244 scratches. Our win rate is 53.2. Loss rate 46.98. Average expectancy is $212 per trade. Profit factor is 1.2, and the risk reward ratio is 1 risk for our package to 2.24 reward. Package size of 2. We had 1,426 positions. T1, we got 500 T1s for 35%. 256 T2s for 18%. And 670 full stops for 46%. There's 46%. And guess what? If you add this one and this one together, 53.2. Oh, look over there. Isn't that cute? So that's how you do statistics, expectancy, win rate. And let me just say that win rate of and by itself is completely useless. It's nothing but clickbait on YouTube. You can have a win rate of 95%, have your risk to reward ratio upside down, and go bankrupt in 10 trades. Meaningless. Taken in the proper calculation for your expectancy, absolutely it's important. But just be cautious of all the internet gurus and stuff going on out there. It's scary. So this is how I know that my package has got a positive expectancy and a positive win rate. This is how I'm comfortable to take that trade, those trades that I'm taking over here. Now, the next thing you can do if you really want to, which is, of course, I do, or did do now, look at this. You can go back over every one of 700 and whatever it was, 32 trades, going back to December 26th of 23. There's the short at 10:42 in the morning. You entered short on the IBF short. You got stopped. You went long on 1236. You went long. You got a T1 and a T2. They're $650. There's a full stop. You can do them one at a time. You can go look on the chart. And actually, if I increase the view period of this chart back a couple thousand days or 1,000 days back to, well, more than 500 trade days anyway, and send this to the chart, it will plot them just as you see. Well, on the other one, just as you saw over here. And you can go look at them all. I did that, of course, to make sure it's right, just like I watch these signals to make sure they're right. That's backtesting a system. Then you yourself know that you vetted the trade, you vetted the system. You know, for example, remember that the consecutive losers in a row was 5? Well, if I'm up to 4 losers in a row, do I want to throw the system out and start over? Hell no. It's within parameters. There's nothing wrong here. It's within data. It's within spec. It gives you a tremendous amount of confidence, at least it does me, to go forward with trading without being emotional and being clear. So that's what I do. And that's how the backtesting story works. And then you've seen through the course of today, you've seen how that I apply the backtesting to the chart to confirm that those signals are being actually taken in the live market going forward. And I try to, if I'm not a complete donut, I try to get them accurately traded live into Bookmap. So that's that. And I will have a drink and whatnot else, and then we will do the daily recap at the bottom of the hour. Remember that Trump is meeting with Mandani starting at 2 o'clock now. So, that could be a potential. It isn't no concern to me because I'm not any plan to trade. I'm not in one, but use your let your conscience be your guide there. But that's definitely potential for unrecognized critical risk. We're going to close today at 1500 as usual. I've already done some pull-ups and stuff here because I didn't get out for my walk. Have the weekend to do, get to stay healthy, rest your eyes, and be back here bright and shiny 8 o'clock Monday morning. Remember that I'm happy to share the session prices I did with Ron yesterday. Are they working okay for you, Ron, by the way? I guess so. I suppose. I share the session prices. I start pushing them every day every Sunday at 1700. And they push live and continuously through 1600 today. That's usually when I shut down everything. Free, no problem. Just let me know and we'll hook you up with it's a CSV URL for a CSV from Google Sheets. So, it's no big deal. I push it up there and I have no, I'm figuring out a way to siphon off your bank accounts, but till I get that figured out, it's free. Yeah. And there's just enough screwy people out there that somebody's probably trying to do that. God, it's crazy. Walk by your phone now and are able to scan off or suck off your credit card stuff. It's amazing to me. Long ago, this is completely not related to trading, but I realized or noticed long ago, I knew some people that were nefarious characters and successful at it. But I watched them, and I actually said to one of them, I said, damn, if you worked as hard had a normal thing, normal legal job, as you do figuring all this scam out, you'd be a house of fire, man. You'd be making $1 million. It's just something in them. I don't know what, it's like these guys that all this time and technology to figure out a way to walk past somebody's hip pocket and scan their credit card number. Like, Jesus. Yeah, it's just, I don't understand that whole mentality. But nobody asked my opinion, so there you go. I'm not liking what's going on with all this liquidity here in my bookmap thing either. What's all this shit about? Typically, I don't have all this noise. But anyway, I thought I had the reset here fixed. That didn't work at all. I did get the VWAP and everything going, I think. Not a very good sign when you bookmap. I send them my log files and all this stuff about why this volume profile won't reset on time, and their response is, could you send us do you happen to know the version of bookmap that worked the last time? I was thinking, I think that's a good idea. Yeah, and I told them what I thought it was. But I don't know. Always something in there. So have a great weekend. I'm not going to shut down now, but remember to take care of yourself. You are the most important thing you've got, the most important tool you have. And now they're going to dump it. Oh, it's a Trump dump too, are we? Are we revisiting that? Oh, one thing I forgot to mention. Sorry about that. I forgot to mention or to show you the size up thing. So, to do with backtesting, we've already gone through that. Here is the way to properly go after the what ifs. Each one of these is a backtest over 493 days. ES. The package, stop, targets. Is there a trigger? Is there not? What's the package size? If there's a trigger, how many ticks plus entry? And then you can actually determine the real results for every one of those what ifs. That's the only way I know to do it. The next thing I'm doing is my size up thing. Here are the trades for the month. So I'm sizing, my premise is this. I will trade the micros until first I will, this is based on risk neutral 2-lot package for both micro and mini. I will trade the micros until the P&L is 1.33 times the full stop on the mini. That means 319 ticks on the micro. These are the commission costs for amp on the micro. Here is each trade, each instrument, each day, the direction, the number of ticks, the package size, the tick value, ticks, T1, T2, net ticks, ticks to size up. I need 172 ticks to size up now. And then the number of trades at 2-lot risk neutral package. Planned R factor, achieved R factor, risk, etc. That's the way I know to approach it systematically. Oh, I bet it is. Ooh, fresh Vietnamese coffee. Ooh, yeah. So I forgot to talk about that a minute ago. There you go. All right. What are they doing now? Who's on third? What are these guys up to over here? Well, we just got back the Trump bump. They took that back from the, we're going to sell the H200 chips to China. Jesus Christ. Oh, what are you going to do? Who are you going to screw? I'm not going to redo the music, I don't think. To hell with it. I have a journal that's fairly comprehensive in Excel, but you can do one yourself real easy, you know, just, you know what data you need to track, and there you go. Oh, and maybe they, I mean, I don't know anything about whatchamadincus MetaTrader anymore, but they might have a journal thing, you know, statistics journal thing. I think Bookmap does, actually. I don't know. Got no clue, but as long as you're keeping track of it and you trade your statistics, you know what the statistics are, and then stick to your rules. That's the most important part, and you'll be amazed at how that eliminates so much monkey mind stuff, FOMO, catch up, multi-trade, all that, because there's no, these are rules, you know. I don't do that. Okay, let's get short. The number of people that are picking tops and bottoms and coming up with all this esoteric, discretionary, well, it's this high volume node, something else, that is. If they can keep all of that crap straight and trade it consistently, wonderful. But if you can't, you got nothing. And unless you can have a basic statistic that gives you a probability, in my opinion, you can't function in this market, in this random environment. So, and here's one for you. This is a true statistic. If you take a 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio and you are absolutely diligent, do not waver at all, and you flip a coin, and you flip a coin enough times that you have a statistically significant data set outside of, variance or random distribution, and you flip long, heads, tails, short, you'll end up 50-50. And you will have done better, been more successful than 50% of the retail traders that try trading. Because they can't do that. And they, YOLO trades and Hail Marys and add to losers and move their stops and all this crap. True story. And I can actually show you that. If I'd stop spilling my Vietnamese coffee all over, now I gotta lick my desk up because I love that stuff. Okay, let's look at the. Now let's do the. I'll talk to you about that later. Let's do the wrap up. So, come on, Blue Boy, back in here. There he is. You're not sleeping there somewhere. I know that. Well, what was our context? Whew, pretty up, huh? Started out pretty balanced. Started out open auction like I anticipated in the pre-market, and then they started kicking it loose. Then we're going to sell chips to everybody, and now we're back over here. Let's look at the micro composite daily chart, RTH session only, daily candlesticks or bars, whichever. Pull a volume profile around all of those where price overlaps. In so doing, you will generate a micro composite VPOC, volume point of control. And these high and low, and these red and green lines represent the high and the low volume nodes in the market, in this profile, volume profile. These red and green lines push automatically to bookmap, by the way I have it set up with data export. The session prices also push to bookmap, as we've talked about a lot. And this is the Arenco chart. Something about my systems. The chart header of every chart has the name of the chart, which won't mean anything to anybody. It has the instrument, the type of chart, what the periodicity is, and the session. There's also a watermark back here for my attention, right? This is the micros. This is the minis. And the market profile, I only plot the ES. I don't do micro or mini, as I just don't bother. So what did we do today? Well, let's see. We traded them down, we traded them up, and where are we? We're right back in the middle. It's kind of a balanced day, basically. Boom, bitty boom, bitty boom. Two basic big distributions, and that's about it. It's a Friday. A lot of people were probably adjusting their inventory. Do you want to go home long or short with this? Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? Trump might declare war on himself. Who the hell? Who knows? It's Jesus Christ. It's like a damn sideshow around here. But it's funny, but it's not. You need to pay real close attention and manage your risk, to preserve your account. What good does it do you to spend hours in front of the charts, learn all this hocus pocus, all these different softwares, this, VWAP, this mid, this double crossing, alligator pattern, whatever the hell it is you're learning how to do, and you blow up your account, you can't trade tomorrow. What the hell? Your object, the primary objective of you as a trader is to be able to trade tomorrow. Preserve your account, and the only way you can do that is manage your risk. Simple. So there we have the charting stuff. Let's look at the snooze over here. Here we go, Mandani and Trump. That's got to be a wrestling match going on there I don't want to know about. So, investing.com, Nan, free. You can filter it however you want over here. This is the reports, economic calendar. With the, actual forecast, all that kind of stuff per day. You can do next week. This is what we're looking for. Now that the government is, through playing hooky, we're getting some things out of them again. Now, if you're trading AMP, hello, if you have a live account, AMP changes and the CME changes the day margin requirements for both mini and micro and the other instruments when 4 reports are scheduled. PPI, CPI, non-farm payroll, and FOMC minutes. Tuesday, PPI. What else we got? Wednesday, building permits, GDP, PMI. I usually only have 2 and 3 stars on this report, just to make it simple. And then Thursday, it's a bad day for turkeys and the Thanksgiving holiday. You can also check your earnings. Monday, next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Who's the hell? Kroger is reporting on Thursday. I'll be goddamn. They must have a terrible, terrible quarter. That's the old trick that the government used to use. Trump and those guys, first time around, they would put their numbers or their statement out like 5 o'clock or 5:30 on a Friday afternoon, because they figured that had somebody clever watched data and determined that that's the least viewership, so the least reaction to the report. Funny, huh? Everybody's working with data. Anyway, so this is investing.com. It's free. This other report or news deal that I use is Financial Juice, also free. Also, you can filter it. And both of these, you can pay for them. Believe me, they'll be tickled to death to have you pay. No question about it. But I figure using free ones makes it even ground for everybody that might come by this stream. And I don't mind. I don't like the calendar, particularly in Financial Juice. I prefer investing.com when it comes to snapping and pasting and stuff. However, a real nice feature of Financial Juice is they're adding in this stuff, which is not an economic report, but can have a huge impact on the market. We've already discussed that. So it's got its advantages. Also, the right column here on Financial Juice is more of a squawk box idea. And this is where we're going to see the market on close imbalance, which comes out every day at 1450. So we'll watch for that. We had a VPOC migration right into the close, which is kind of normal. What else we got? I guess that's about right. I think I've talked about everything that there possibly is to talk about. Yep, have a good one, Ron. Get out and do something for yourself. Enjoy yourself. Smart boy. When you're not in the game, put down your mouse. Go do something constructive. Forcing trades and losing money is not constructive, by the way. Yeah, I got over that a long time ago, too. So here we go. Hey ho, here we go. Interesting week, huh? Yesterday, they expressed their displeasure with the economic situation, policy, I guess. And, smack a thumbs up and a subscribe on the way out the door. That would be super. Thanks for joining the chat. That's really great. It's the, lonely world. I don't even have the music in here because it's quiet in my office. I don't have speakers. And if I want to hear the music, I need to put on a headset, which gets kind of annoying after a while. I gave up the headset when I got my Shure SM7B here in my mixer so I could talk on the mic and not have a headset on all the time. Ooh, Crazy Ivan. I don't know. I have no idea why I call them that. I just, these little doopsie doops in the POC, and that comes from the Hunt from Red October. Don't ask me why I figured that out, why I did that. I just, I'm nuts. What can I tell you? So here we are. We've got 7 minutes to the market on close imbalance. I think I've gone over just about everything there is to talk about here that might be meaningful to anybody. I'm going to try to put together some more or less, polished videos that I'll upload to the channel for reference, like the backtesting thing and maybe the statistics and how that story works, just to kind of see if it might be of some help, then I could put a link to them in the description. By the way, I always forget to mention there's a disclaimer and all that in the description, obviously. Everything I do is completely transparent and as real time as you can get with YouTube. And I'm not licensed to give financial or trade advice. I'm just a trader like you are. So there you go. And there you have it. I need to change these colors. This looks like a freaking rainbow deal going on down here. I look like a, something. I don't know what. I wish there was a way. I'm going to have to do something, to be honest with you. I didn't want to make them stand out real bright, but I'll see how it works next week. But I'm thinking these triggers need to be lighter. I don't know. What I wish I could do is, and I probably might at some point be able to figure out how, have the actual trades and signals pushed to YouTube so I could get rid of all these lines and levels and nonsense. I mean, I will always have the session prices and the session levels, but all the rest of the stuff, right now, they're a big help for me, and I hope they're somewhat, yes, the margin difference is huge. And you can go to AMP. Of course, it's on their website. But, for example, CPI, PPI, non-farm payroll, and FOMC. They raised the margin rate to 25%. So in other words, if you're trading the micro at $40, you have to have $594 in the account. It goes from, if you're trading a mini for $400, you have to have $5,945 in the account to trade. That's the margin. That's the bump in margin for those. Now, I got this as an email because this is a live account. And I got this on whatever day it was. I just printed this out and keep it on my desk here. But those are the 4 reports that are on this thing. And there is a link. There is a link on the AMP somewhere, their dashboard or whatever, where you can see these. And this is not some hocus pocus. They do, if I'm not mistaken, this is mandated by the CME. But yeah, big frickin' difference, 10%, 25%. So, there you go. 25% of the maintenance. If I could see better, I'd read this to you. Hold on. And I quote, until further notice, we will be setting the U.S. equity indices margin rates to 25% during the U.S. overnight session, starting at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time until shortly after the following listed U.S. economic news releases. After the news release, we will restore the margins back to the normal day trading. Now, I got this on, was sent to me in an email, but it's actually dated the 10th of January. The 10th of January, 2023. So they've been doing this for years. Holy shit, I didn't realize that. I'm glad I read it, man. But go to your AMP account, either your broker, you send them an email or whatever. But yeah, it's a big deal. Instead of a $40 margin for the micros on the MES, the micro, it's $594.50. And then following the 10% of micro rule to the ES, it's $5,945 for the ES. Now here's another big one. If you don't close out your trade at 1,500, say, or 1,600 or whatever it is before they go into the to the session break, for the mini, you need to have $23,780 in your account per contract, or you get a margin call, and that's the carryover, the maintenance. So this is the stuff that you really have to pay attention to, and we're going to have the market on close here in 30 seconds. If you have, if you're trading a live account and real money, if you're trading a prop account or sim or whatever, forget about it. But it just as trading your sim account as if it's your live account and having the same emotions, it's a really good policy to follow these same rules. To get that established, get those procedures and policies established in your mind so that when you move on to your live account, which I'm sure you will, you don't get some nasty surprise. And there's the market on close orders, and exactly nothing happened. And let's see what we see. There we are. Here are the market on close orders. Imbalance, I'm sorry. Sell side, S&P 500, sell side, 993 million contracts. NASDAQ 100, sell side, 695 million contracts. Dow 30, 184 million sell. Mag 7, buy side, 43 million. Merry Christmas. There you go. Yesterday it was 1,100,000,000 and something million. I don't know. If I interpret that correctly, and I think I do, stop and think about it. You know, do you suppose they're hunting your stops? 993 million contracts for sale. No, this is an imbalance. More sell orders than buy orders. You know, I don't know. I guess I got to Google what that really is all about, but I think we just need to, if you put your stops at stupid places, you're going to get taken out. That's what I think. That's what I think. And Trump is having a press conference now or whatever, so be careful. And be careful anyway. You only got 8 minutes till the cash close. It's the market on close order imbalance. Comes out every day at 14:50. There are market on close order on open orders. It's a big pile of business that needs to get done as fast as possible on market close or market open that have come in from brokerages and wherever around the world. These are the market on close orders, and somewhere down here in the beginning of the day, just to prove I'm not lying to you. I like to lie to you, but, you know, right there, market on open. There you go. And they used to have a big event. It used to be a big impact. There'd be a big bump, you know, liquidity and jam in, and sometimes it'd move 15, 20 handles. But lately, there with all this random screwiness going on, I guess they figured out, what the hell, why bother? You know, I don't know. But, well, I'm going to have to... White House. Trump signs proclamation to give regulatory relief for certain statutory sources to promote American coke oven processing security. Wow. Did he get paid off for that one? Coke ovens. I didn't even think they still did that. Well, imagine how much money those guys are glomming. Oof. Wow. Pretty incredible. So we got about 5 minutes, my bubba. Have yourself a great weekend, everyone. TGIF. Get outside, do something fun or not, healthy or not. Yeah, you too, man. Monday morning, 0800 Central Standard Time. Like and subscribe on your way out the door. That'd be a big help. Thanks a lot. I will do so. Well, good. I mean, yeah, I mean, I am developing trader. I'm trading live. Everything is, you know, right out in front. So there you go. I can assure you of one thing. It's honest. Everything you see here is real and honest. And I'll tell you the best I can. And if I don't know, I'll tell you that. So that's a hell of a head start, I guess. I can tell you one thing for a fact. When I started trading the first time in 1999, boy, did I wish I would have run into me now. It was like a frickin' rodeo, boy. That was the tail end of the dot-com bubble. Every website about trading was like a casino. Bells and whistles and flashing lights. Every kind of psychological trigger they could think of to get you going, you know. It was a frickin' disaster. That's for sure. Yeah. No question about it. So, 3 big ones. And I don't have any place to go today. It's Friday. Yay, me. Two minutes. What are we going to do? Come on, show it. Be a big shot. Let's go. Let's take out the high. Let's do something fun. Come on. I'm not doing anything, as you might imagine. So I was a complete wusseroony today, boy. That really, really annoys me. Here comes the market on close lineups here. Stacking in. Watch the liquidity pile in. You see over here on the book? By the way, I don't know if I mentioned this or not, but this is rhythmic data. Market by order data. In case that, I don't know what you get with MetaTrader or whatever else anybody else here is using, but see the liquidity starting to jam up. This is what the heat map does. It just graphically displays the liquidity in the book. That's all. This is essentially a chart over the dome with this, and the historical liquidity is plotted in the dome. You can see where they came in, where it lifted off, whatever. Handy. But that's what it is. They caught him in a squeeze earlier today. Let's see what they do with him now. Let him loose or try to milk one more drop of blood out of him. Wring one more drop out of him. CQG, okay. I think I've traded with CQG data a long time ago. And it's fine. You know, it's one of the more famous data sources, CQG, Rhythmic, or TT, one of the more famous data sources there are. So yeah, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's great. I don't know. I think they all have market by order data now. It used to only be Rhythmic. That's how Bookmap can do the stop orders and the absorption and all that stuff, is because every order comes to the CME with a tag saying if it's a stop or whatever it is, right? Well, the market by order, they could interpret that in these platforms And that's where these stop orders and stuff came from. And I think everybody, you know, I'm pretty sure everybody, someone like DTNIQ feed or CQG or somebody like that, they all, I'm sure, got up to speed quick. I don't know that, but I believe so. And there we go. Woohoo. Looky there. I forgot my little button there. There we are. I don't even know what those sound like. I don't run any sound in here. I just see a little thing go around. So there you are. Have a great week. Here's my pathetic excuse of a dick for a tick once again. Right here, my trade. Short, IB continuation, smack perfect. Risk neutral scale. Oh, I'm going to be clever and get an extra 2 or 3 ticks. Move this down. There was my T2 target. And guess what happened? Well, maybe not. Maybe you're not as clever as you thought you were, you dumbass. Oh, it's not funny. Stop laughing. All right. Have a great night and a great weekend. And I'm going to, well, I've just used Rhythmic. It's not that I guess I don't really particularly. Bookmap and IRT both were developed on and use Rhythmic data. And I've used Rhythmic data because of that for a long time. Sierra Chart, for example, which I did use before and is a good charting package, less expensive than IRT, but similar in functionality. It uses its own data package called Denali, named after the mountain in Alaska. That's kind of it. You know, I got to using Rhythmic when I was working, when I started using IRT and then Bookmap because they use Rhythmic data. In those days, Bookmap used Rhythmic data because of the market by order data. Do you pay for CQG? For MetaTrader? If you want all, with AMP, if you want all the full package, CME package of data for CBOT and NYMEX and those, it's $40 a month. If you want just one at a time, it's like $10 a month. I have no idea. Back when I used CQG, or when I knew about CQG, it was $700 a month. You had CQG, they had the data and their charting software. $700 or $800 a month. TT used to be the same thing. Trading Technologies. Stupid. I mean, that's, you know, thank goodness for web apps and all the retail stuff, because that's brought the price of all that stuff down to earth. Imagine that. And people used to pay a lot more than that. I think a Bloomberg terminal is like $20,000 a month or some goddamn ridiculous thing like that. Now, even. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's what Rhythmic would be for just the CME stuff. And I need to remember to change that. I have the whole thing because I wanted to have Spider and Gold and stuff, but I don't trade them. I used to have a bunch of different tabs up here. I don't do that anymore because it seems like that there's so much data coming down the pipe, these things choke on it. And my computer is as powerful as I could build a couple of years ago. I build my own machines. You know, this is an i9 12900K with 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM. I think the CPU or GPUs, this is the weak link, but man, it chokes and pukes. You saw IRT sputtering around today trying to get lag time. And now that's a function probably of IRT more than it is my computer, because it just can't deal with all of that data coming down the pipe. It wasn't built for that. Anyway, have a great weekend. Nice talking to you. Welcome to the place. Yeah, it was staggering, man. In the old days, it used to be staggering. So things have definitely improved with the internet and the onslaught of retail trading. Because it's like anything else, you know, if 6 people want to do something, well, then you got to charge a shitload of money to pay for whatever it costs you. If 600 people or 6,000 people want to do it, well, you can dilute it a lot more. And that's, I think, is kind of, it's the economics of scale, I think. All right, well, don't freeze up there in Chicago and watch those Illinois gals. I hear they're dangerous. I don't know. I'm going to sign off now and go see what kind of trouble I can get into around here. So have yourself a great weekend. Thanks for joining, everyone. Smack a thumbs up and subscribe on the way out the door. And remember, every trading day at 8 o'clock in the morning with the pre-market. And this coming week is Thanksgiving, so be aware of that. And be aware of, if you're trading a live account, be aware of your broker's margin rules. There you go. Have a great one. I'll do it. You too, Dan. As my wife likes to say, when God created man, he was only kidding. Have a good one.